Great. Thank you, everyone. Welcome. Thank you all for attending the commission meeting today. I am Sarah Soto Taylor, the Undersecretary of the Government Operations Agency, Chair of the California Building Standards Commission, and I'm calling this meeting to order. It is 10:03 on February 26th, 2025. Ms. Maeda, please call the roll.
Undersecretary Soto Taylor.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Here.
Commissioner Mickelton. Commissioner Santillan.
Here.
Commissioner Ramirez. Commissioner Klaus-Buckner.
Here.
Commissioner Rambin.
Here.
Commissioner Haskin.
Here.
Commissioner Legray.
Here.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Here.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Maeda. We do have a quorum for this meeting. So at this time, I would like to remind the commissioners participating remotely to disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at their remote locations, and the general nature of the members' relationship with any such individuals pursuant to Senate Bill 544. Is Commissioner Patel?
Yeah, good morning, Commissioner Patel. I'm here at the Division of State Architects Office in downtown LA. With me is Laura Mills from CBSC staff, and there is nobody else in the room.
Thank you. Commissioner Stockwell?
Yeah, good morning. I'm participating from my home office. The only person in the household is my spouse.
Thank you. If we can all rise, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance. It's over, it's off camera. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. At this time, our Executive Director, can you please read the meeting instructions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Day, Deputy Executive Director of the California Building Standards Commission. Just a few important notes on the agenda. Agenda items 9 and 10 will be taken out of order and heard by the Commission at 9:00 a.m. Tomorrow, February 27th, 2025. Additionally, please note that comments from the public on issues not on this agenda, that's agenda item 24, will be heard during agenda item 24. The CBSC meeting schedule has been significantly impacted by the ongoing Los Angeles fire-related emergency. CBSC strongly encouraged submission of public comments in writing to relieve scheduling impacts for the meeting and allow focus on the ongoing emergency. While CBSC is working with the administration on some of the tasks laid out in recently issued executive orders that address rebuilding after the Southern California fires, please note this is a separate effort not related to today's commission meeting business. And once again, pursuant to Senate Bill 544, effective January 1st, 2024, this meeting has 2 physical locations, one where the majority of the commissioners are present. The public is able to present in person and also has the ability to participate via Zoom. As a reminder, commissioners participating remotely must always remain on camera. If at any time a commissioner needs to turn their camera off for bandwidth or other issues, please notify the chair. Today's meeting can be viewed on the CBSC YouTube channel linked on the meeting agenda. I would like to remind the YouTube viewers there is an approximate 45-second delay. Before reading the meeting instructions, I'd like to share some housekeeping items. In the event of an emergency here in the Sacramento room, please look for the doors with the exit signs. Restrooms are located out the right door, and then you turn right. And I think it's down the hall on the left. Sorry, we're in a different room.
Yes.
And no code is required for access. Okay, CBSC meetings operate under the requirements of the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act set forth in Government Code Section 11120 through 11133. This commission meeting has been scheduled for 3 days. In the event the commission completes the agenda items prior to February 28th, 2025, the commission will adjourn the meeting on the day it completes the agenda items and will not convene the next day. We will likely break for lunch around 12:30 each day of the meeting as needed. The public may provide comments by calling in on the Zoom teleconference number provided on the meeting agenda or by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. For members of the public attending in person at either the Sacramento or Los Angeles locations, please complete a request to address the commission form if you wish to comment on a specific agenda item. The form is buff in color and is available at the table located near the meeting room entrance. Please turn the completed form into a CBSC staff person. Instructions are provided on CBSC's meeting webpage. If you have difficulty with the technology, please call CBSC's main office at 916-263-0916. I will now read the public comment and Zoom instructions. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen to the commission chair to ask for any comments from the public. The chair will first go to members of the public in the Sacramento and Los Angeles conference centers that have submitted speaker cards. The chair will then call on members of the public participating on the Zoom webinar that have raised their hands. Then the commission chair will take comments from the public on the Zoom phone line. At this time, please take yourself off mute. If you'd like, you may announce your name and who you represent before making your comment. And then please mute yourself when done commenting. And please keep in mind the 4-minute time limit for each individual speaker. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no comments remaining. And then the commission will proceed to the next agenda item. If possible, please call from a telephone, not using a speakerphone, and log into virtual meetings with one device only. This enhances the commission's ability to hear your comments clearly. And that is for Stoyan.
I need to clarify what the commissioners will be doing for agenda items 2 through 23, and the clarity is needed because if you remember, in December we had proposing and adopting agencies, and now we have only proposing agency rulemakings for 2024 triennial code adoption cycle. The commission will take action to approve, disapprove, return for further study, or approve as amended the proposed code changes to different parts contained in the California Building Standards Code, Title 24, California Code of Regulations. The commission action will be guided by the 9-point criteria established in Health and Safety Code Section 18930. The commission will consider each agency's proposed building standards and our justification provided by the agencies. Code Advisory Committee recommendations, comments submitted during the public comment period, and oral written comments received at this meeting. The public may comment on any Code Advisory Committee recommendations or challenges to the proposals submitted during the comment period. And the most important part is that no new issues or new information challenging the proposed changes may be presented to the California Building Standards Commission in the adoption of the proposed regulations.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 2, which is the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. If the representatives from the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety, please come to the table, introduce yourselves, and provide an overview of item number 2.
Good morning. I'm actually here online. Good morning, Chair Soda Taylor and commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Diane Gould, Principal Structural Engineer, representing the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Section. I have here with me today Ryan Huxley, who is a supervising structural engineer on my team with the DSA Headquarters Codes and Standards Unit. Thank you for the opportunity to present these proposed changes for the 2025 California Building Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. Before you today, you have agenda item 2, which is the DSA Structural Safety Part 1 rulemaking package for the 2025 Title 24, our California Administrative Code package. The proposed action will adopt and amend the current 2022 edition of the California Administrative Code, or CAC, in order to adopt the 2025 CAC. Our Part 1 package was heard at the Structural Design and Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee hearing, which was held July 16th through 17th, 2024. We received recommendation from the committee for further study on a few items to adjust language for clarity and made those adjustments accordingly. We then submitted our proposals for a 45-day public comment period, which ran September 6th through October 21st, 2024. No public comments were received during that 45-day review. However, DSA did desire some adjustment in the project inspector examination eligibility criteria language, and so we submitted revised proposals for item 9-2, which is section 4-361, for a 15-day public comment period, which ran November 6th through November 21st, 2024. We received one public comment during that 15-day review and provided a response in our final statement of reasons. The Department of Finance Form Standard 399, which is the statement of fiscal and economic statement for this Part 1 package, has been approved and signed by the Department of General Services, Government Ops Agency, and Department of Finance, and was included in this package. No modifications in response to either the Code Advisory Committee or any public comments had a fiscal or economic effect requiring revision to the sign standard 399. Also, in accordance with the 9-point criteria, the State Fire Marshal has reviewed our proposals and provided written approval. I have 3 items that I wish to draw to your attention at this time. The first being, we discovered a formatting error in the express terms. That's CAM sub-item DSA SS 0424 sub-item 4-1, which is section 4-314. In our express terms, it shows the definition of laboratory of record as upright with no underline, which would indicate a continuing amendment. However, as identified both in the CAM and in our ISOR, this actually is new amendment language proposed to be added. We are still seeking approval by the commission for this item. No amendments requested, just a straight approval, but we wanted to point out the formatting error in the final express terms that were submitted and posted for this meeting. The second item, DSA submitted for your consideration an addendum making a correction to our proposed express terms for section 4-361, which is CAM sub-item 9-2. During our final During our final package preparation, DSA noticed that the civil engineering license should have been stipulated as a California license because the original language that was in section 4-333.1 stipulated a California licensed civil engineer. This was a case where we were moving existing language into a different section without, intent for change, no intended change in regulatory effect. So we submitted that addendum requesting that the commission recommend this item, that item 9-2, section 4-361 for approve as amended, which is just simply adding in the word California to maintain the requirement that the civil engineer license must be from California. And lastly, if possible, we did discover a few items that we would like to request the commission approve as amended. Unfortunately, these items came to our attention too late to issue an addenda. The first one is under item 9-4. And we're proposing to replace gender-specific pronouns, his/her, replace that with the word their instead in sections 4-363.7 and 4-367B. That's under item 9-4. Also under that same item in section 4-364D, we are proposing to change his or herself, change that out with themselves as well. So we would be requesting approve as amended on those items. The last request is for items 9-5 under section 4-364A, also 9-7 under 4-366C. There is some extraneous language, the words DSA certified precede the words project inspector in those two sections, and we are proposing to remove the words DSA certified because it is unnecessary in those applications. We welcome any questions you may have and respectfully request your approval of this rulemaking package. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 2 is now open for commission discussion. Hearing none.
Sorry, Commissioner Cynthia,
Yes, please.
just from staff, any comments on the proposed changes?
The proposed changes seem that
The amendments that one she pointed out right now.
they seem editorial.
Okay, we're no comments on that. Thank you.
Yeah. There's no other discussion from the commissioners. We will now take comments from members of the public on item number 2.
Yeah, our first hand is going to be Rick.
Yeah,
Rick, you're muted.
okay, I think I'm unmuted. Somebody's moving around papers like crazy and in the conference room, and I could barely hear Diane speak, like every third word. Is it possible that to stop or mute the conference room mic until whoever's talking is done? That's all.
I did get that feedback as well. So yeah, it's very, very sensitive in here. Anything that gets moved at all, you'll hear over anybody that's speaking. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Okay. Next hand is going to be Kendra.
Good morning to the commissioners and DSA. I want to say thank you to DSA for the proposed changes and the thoughtful amendments they made, specifically on gender-specific pronouns. Thank you so much, Diane. I did want to echo a few administrative things. Again, it was difficult to hear, so the other comments speaking up about that. And then I wanted to reach out and also see if the commissioners had any time or date estimates on when agendas 9 and 10 access items were to be heard. The previous meeting that was scheduled originally on January 14th was placed those agenda items, I believe, second and third. So I'm curious on whether you have any inklings on when we could hear those accessibility items. They were usually placed earlier on the agenda for accessibility purposes. Again, thank you so much.
The accessibility items, agenda items 9 and 10, if I heard correctly, they will be heard tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So we will start wherever we are, doesn't matter where we finish today, items 9 and 10 will be the first in the agenda for tomorrow morning, and we start at 9 o'clock.
I don't see any other hands raised, and there are currently no phone participants.
Thank you. So staff, were there any written comments submitted to the commission prior to the meeting?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, and I will turn item 2 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the division of the state architect structural safety proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve, and I guess a question, do we have to approve as amended? Do we have to say approve as amended?
Yes.
All right, I will move to approve as amended.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Klaus Berkner, second.
It is moved and seconded that the motion to approve with amendments. And is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Okay, comments? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please call the roll call vote.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray. Aye. Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner. Aye. Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambit.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous as amended and the motion is carried. Thank you. We'll next move on to agenda item number 3, the division of the state architect structural safety proposed adoptions of amendments to the 2025 California Building Code Part 2, Title 24. The representatives from the division of the state architect access compliance, please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 3.
Good morning once again, Chair Soto Taylor and commissioners. I'm Diane Gould, Principal Structural Engineer, representing the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Section. I now have the opportunity to introduce my full team who were involved in the development of this Part 2 rulemaking package. So I have here with me today both Ryan Huxley and Ryan Turner. They are structural engineers on my team with the DSA Structural Safety Codes and Standards Unit. I also have Brian Frank, Karen Roberts, Samantha Kirsting, and Frank Lee, who are district structural engineers on my team. Thank you for the opportunity to present these proposed changes for the 25 California Building Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. So before you today, we're discussing agenda item 3, which is the DSA SS Part 2 rulemaking package for the 2025 Title 24. This is our California Building Code, or CBC package. And this package reflects DSA's proposals for amendments to the regulations for the California Building Code for the 2024 triennial code cycle. One item I'd like to point out is that DSA co-adopts a large majority of our amendments to Part 2 along with OSHPD, especially within the H chapters and Chapter 35 for the reference standards, among others. In order to improve and maintain alignment wherever feasible, DSA has worked and does work closely with OSHPD throughout this process, just as we have done during past rulemaking cycles and will continue to do so for future rulemaking cycles. DSA's proposals reflected in this package include carrying forward the currently adopted amendments to the 2022 California Building Code with and without modification, introducing some new amendments, and repealing some existing amendments. In some cases, the model code, which is the 2024 International Building Code, has introduced new or modified code language or provisions, or the reference standards have changed versions. For example, ASC 7 is now the 2022 version. So in response to that, and in coordination with OSHPD, they has gone through and proposed amendments as necessary and appropriate. We are also proposing to repeal a few currently adopted amendments that were determined to be sufficiently addressed by the adopted model building code or the reference national standards. So this package also includes proposals for editorial changes to improve clarity as well. Our Part 2 package was heard at the Structural Design and Lateral Forces Advisory Committee. As I mentioned during my Part 1 presentation, that hearing was July 16 through 17, 2024. We received recommendation from the committee for further study on a few items to adjust language for clarity, and we made those adjustments accordingly. We then submitted our proposals for a 45-day public comment period, which ran September 6th through October 21st, 2024. In response to public comment received during that 45-day review, DSA revised proposals for item 4-4, which is section 1413.2.1, and item 19-3, which is section 2507.3. We submitted revised proposals for a 15-day public comment period, which ran November 6th through November 21st, 2024. We received 2 public comments during that 15-day review, and we provided response to those comments in our final statement of reasons. As with Part 1, I can report that the Department of Finance Form Standard 399 for DSA's Part 2 proposals was approved and signed by the department, agency, and Department of Finance, and is included in today's meeting package. No modifications in response to Code Advisory Committee or public comments had a fiscal or economic effect, requiring revision to the signed Standard 399. Also, in accordance with the 9-point criteria, the State Fire Marshal has reviewed our proposals and provided written approval. I have one final item to call to your attention. DSA has submitted for your consideration an addendum making a correction to our proposed express terms for section 1908 8.1. So this is our CAM sub item 11-13. The addendum shows a revision, excuse me. The addendum shows a revision to include a continuing OSHPD amendment with regards to shotcrete mock-up panel core evaluation criteria that DSA intends to co-adopt. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Take a moment. Thank you. It is and has been the intent of DSA to repeal amendment language that we had and at the same time adopt the OSHPD amendment for this provision. And that's explained in our initial statement of reasons document. But unfortunately, somewhere along the way, our express terms document was inadvertently modified that removed that OSHPD amendment text while retaining the strike through showing the deletion of the prior DSA amendment. So our request for approval of it as amended for this item would effectively replace the DSA amendment language with that OSHPD amendment language. So if not corrected, this error would result in the deletion of the prior amendment without replacement. We welcome any questions you may have and respectfully request your approval of this rulemaking package. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview of proposal. Item 3 is now open for commission discussion. Seeing none, we will now take comments from members of the public on item number 3.
There are no hands raised and currently no phone participants. And I believe at that location, there's no public participants at the moment.
That is correct. I will raise my hand on Zoom if we ever have comments here.
Thank you.
Staff, are there any written comments submitted to the commission prior to the meeting? And if so, please summarize them.
No comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 3 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the division of the state architect structural safety proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Building Code Part 2 Title 24.
Commissioner Raymond moved to approve as amended.
Yes, and just a quick point of order. This is Kevin with CBSC. Staff reminded us that for any motion other than approve, we do need a 9-point criteria. We missed that on agenda item 2, but I believe the intent of the commission was agenda item for criteria 6, vague and ambiguous. DSA indicated they were clarifying those changes. So we've made that note for the previous agenda item, and I believe that applies to this as well for their the addendum they provided.
Commissioner Raymond moved to approve as amendment based on item 6 of the 9-point criteria.
Thank you. Commissioner Santiago.
Thank you. So it is moved and seconded that the motion is approved as amended and as stated. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners, if you please indicate by stating any of those if you know, and please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray, aye. Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Aye. Thank you. So it is unanimous. The motion is carried. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of order. Can we take 5 minutes break? We need to, we're getting too many complaints about the audio, so we need to see what we can do.
Absolutely. We will be taking a 5-minute break. We will return at 10:41.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We did some rearranging here in the room. We're hoping that the audio has been corrected. Please, though, do continue to provide us feedback if there are any concerns. I will continue now with agenda item number 4. The Division of the State Architect Structural Safety proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Existing Building Code Part 10, Title 24. Will the representatives from the Division of the State Architect access compliance? Please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 4.
Good morning once again, Chair Soto Taylor and Commissioners. Diane Gould, Principal Structural Engineer representing the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Section. I have here with me today Brian Frank, who is a District Structural Engineer on my team with the DSA Headquarters Codes and Standards Unit and worked on development of this Part 10 code package. Thank you for the opportunity to present Agenda Item 4, which is the DSA SS proposed changes for the 2025 Title 24 Part 10, the California Existing Building Code, and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. Changes proposed by DSA to Part 10 in this code cycle are small in size, with the biggest regulatory effect being on existing state-owned essential services buildings. There are 8 items in this package, half of which are continued from the last code cycle without change. These are items 4, 5, 6, and 8. Our Part 10 package was heard at the Structural Design and Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee hearing held July 16 through 17, 2024. We received recommendation from the committee for further study on one item, that was item 3-8, section 319.7. The committee recommended some editorial adjustments to language, and we made those adjustments accordingly. We then submitted our proposals for a 45-day public comment period, which ran September 6 through October 21, 2024. We received one public comment during that 45-day and provided response in our final statement of reasons. As with Parts 1 and 2, the Department of Finance Form Standard 399 for DSA's Part 10 was approved and assigned by the Department of General Services, Government Ops Agency, and the Department of Finance, and is included in today's meeting package. No modifications in response to Code Advisory Committee or public comments had any fiscal or economic effect requiring revision to the sign 399. Also, in accordance with the 9-point criteria, the State Fire Marshal has reviewed our proposals and provided written approval. We welcome it you may have and respectfully request your approval of this rulemaking package. Thank you.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item number 4 is open for commission discussion.
This is Commissioner Rampton. I just have one comment. In DSA's response to item 5's public comment, you mentioned that the performance level requirements of section 506.5 are replaced with performance level requirements of section 317.5. However, that section 506.5 is a BSC exception. It's not an amendment, and it's an exception. I realize that it has the same regulatory effect. It's all state-owned office buildings, but maybe in a future code cycle, it should be also adopted by DSA. It's confusing if you don't understand that BSC regulates the same buildings that DSA does. So that's all, just a comment. Thanks.
Yeah.
Do we have any other commissioner discussions on this item? We'll now take comments from members of the public on item number 4.
There are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Were there any written comments on this agenda item?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item Number 4, back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the division of the state architect structural safety proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24.
Commissioner Heskey, move to approve.
We have a second?
Commissioner Klaus Berkner, second.
Yeah, it's moved and seconded, then we will be adopting those amendments. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Comments? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by stating no. And abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote. Commissioner Haskins?
Aye.
Commissioner Legray?
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell?
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton? Oh, I'm sorry, he's absent. Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan?
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin?
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous for the adoption of the amendments and the motion is carried. Thank you. We'll now move over to agenda item number 5, the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development. Proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. Will representatives from the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Roy Lobo. I'm the Principal Structural Engineer with HCI. I'll have with me also Dr. Ali Zuma. He's the Supervisor of the Cycle Compliance Unit with HCI. And I have over here Richard Tannehill. He's an architect and he's the Deputy. Right. Deputy Division Chief of Sacramento. We are presenting today agenda item 5, Oshport rulemaking number 3-24, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24. I'm going to give you a brief summary of our proposal. The California Department of Healthcare Access and Information, HCI, Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development, proposes to adopt and amend Chapters 6 and 7 of the 2025 edition of the California Administrative Code and carry forward the existing amendments from the 2022 California Administrative Code. The amendments before you today were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Codes and Processes Committee, to the Structural/Non-Structural Regulations Committee, and to the Hospital Building Safety Board Full Board in 2024. The code package was heard by the CBSC, Structural Design Lateral Force, CAC, and the Health Facility, CAC, both in July 2024. Structural Design Lateral Force heard CAM items 1 and 2. Health Facilities heard CAM items 3 through 8. The CAC recommended approval on all but CAM items 5-2 on the yellow CAM and item 6-1 on the green CAM. HCI further studied these 2 items and made changes to both items. In the 45-page comment, the 3 total comments were received. 2 public comments were received for CAM items 5-2. 1 comment in support from Zachary Schuler, and the other was in support from Rick Moore, representing the Board of Professional Engineers, Land Surveyors, and Geologists, and recommended amendments to the language. The 3rd comment was HCI commented on its own package. Prior to the 15-day comment period, Assembly Bill 869 by Wood was chaptered Chapter 801, Statutes of 2024, and required each guide to adopt regulations to incorporate the tenets of the new law. AB 869 amended Health and Safety Code sections 130065 and 130078. In part, this bill authorized specific hospitals with some limitations, namely distressed hospital loan recipients, small and rural hospitals, critical access hospitals, and healthcare district hospitals to seek approval for a delay to the January 1, 2030 compliance deadline and by up to 3 years, with an additional 2 years for cause. In each guy's 15-day comment period package, each guy proposed to adopt the new regulations, including the requirements in AB 869, and further amended Part 1 as the amendments were sufficiently related to the current Oshkosh 0324 proposal and satisfied the urgency of the legislative mandate. No public comments were received to the HCI 15-day package. We appreciate your review of the proposed regulations and respectfully request your consideration for approval. Would you like a high-level overview any of the items, or do you have any questions?
Yes, please. Thank you for that overview.
You guys have changed some of the language of 5-2 based on the FPE and the Land Surveyors Department of. Can you go a little more into detail as to what is happening with that?
I can speak to that. We have reached out to the California Architects Board as well as the Engineering Board and got letters from them accepting that as a change. So that is moving forward.
What is the change?
That FPEs are able to stamp and sign drawings, submit drawings that are under their professional expertise.
Thank you. I thought it was going the opposite way and I was getting confused.
No, we're allowing FPEs to do with their license.
Perfect. Thank you.
Discussion items from the commissioners. We'll now take comments from members of the public on agenda item number 5.
There are no hands and no phone participants.
Are there any written comments on this agenda item?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Well, that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item number 5 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Administrative Code Part 1, Title 24.
Commissioner Klaus-Berkner, move to approve.
Commissioner Sasaki, second.
It's moved and seconded that the adoptions will be passed. And is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Not hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed by stating no. And abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct the roll call vote. Commissioner Santillan?
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin?
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin?
Aye.
Commissioner Legray?
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell?
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner? Aye. Thank you. The vote is unanimous for the adoption of the amendment and the motion is carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 6, the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Building Code Part 2, Volume 1, Title 24. Representatives from the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development, please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 6.
Good morning. Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Richard Tannehill, Deputy Division Chief for the Sacramento office of Oshkosh under HCI. With me today, I have Roy Lobos and Holly Sumer, as well as Clara Wu, to assist as needed We are presenting agenda item 6, OSHPD rulemaking number OSHPD 4//24, adopt and amend the 2025 edition of the California Buildings Code, Part 2, Volume 1, Title 24. California Department of Healthcare Access and Information and the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development proposes to repeal the 2021 International Building Code, adopt the 2024 International Building Code, and carry forward existing amendments from the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of the California Title 24 California Code of Regulations. The amendments before you today were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board, Codes and Processes Committee, and to the Hospital Building Safety Board full board meeting in 2024. CBSC Health Facilities Code Advisory Committee reviewed and provided feedback at its July 2024 public meeting. CBSC recommended approved on most code changes and further study on 3 items. HCI agreed with the committee's further study recommendations and made the necessary corrections. HCI commented on its own package during the 45-day comment period, recommending that the term Department of Healthcare Access and Information, HCI, is needed to clarify that HCI is the enforcing agency. These were fixed in the final express terms. There are 3 cams associated with this code package: green, yellow, and salmon. The yellow cam, green, there's no issues. The yellow cam indicates the public comments were submitted. HCI commented on its own package, indicating that the additional areas needed clarification that HCI is the enforcing agency. There are some additional administrative and editorial changes, and this was fixed in the final express terms before you today. The salmon cam indicates that HCI withdraws edits in the code package because we doubled up on chapters 14 and 15, and those changes are shown in the Part 2, Volume 2 package. So with that, I would like open for any questions and request your approval, and we can go over any items that you have questions on.
Thank you for that, for the overview of the proposal. Item 6 is open for commission discussion. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item number 6.
No hands and no phone participants.
Were there any written comments?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 6 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Building Code Part 2, Volume 1, Title 24.
Commissioner Rambin moved to approve.
Do you have a second?
Commissioner Stark.
Allegre. Second. Okay. Thank you. It's moved and seconded for the adoption of the amendments. Are there any further discussions from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed by saying no. And abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct the roll call vote. Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner. Aye. Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Commissioner Allegre. Aye. Commissioner Rambin. Aye. Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Santiam.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous in the adoption of the amendments and the motion is carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item number 7. The Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Building Code Part 2, Volume 2, Title 24. Representatives from the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development, please give us an overview of the agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Undersecretary Sarah Silva Taylor. My name is Roy Lobo, from the HCI. I'm the principal structural engineer. I have with me Dr. Ali Zuma. He's the supervisor of the site compliance unit, and Richard Tannehill. He's the deputy division chief for the Sacramento office. We are presenting agenda item 7, Oshkosh rulemaking number 05-24, adopt and amend the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 1 of Title 24. The California Department of Healthcare Access and Information, HCI, Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development, proposes to repeal the 2021 International Building Code and adopt the 2024 International Building Code and carry forward existing amendments from the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24, California Code of Regulations. The amendments before you today were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board, Structural and Non-Structural Regulations Committee, and to the Hospital Building Safety Board, full board meeting in 2024. The CBSC Health Facilities, CAC, reviewed and provided feedback at its July 2024 public meeting. The CAC recommended approval on most code changes and further study on 10 items. HCI agreed with the committee's further study recommendation on 8 of the 10 items and made the necessary corrections. HCI disagreed on an additional 10 items where the CAC recommended approval. These revisions were editorial in nature and for coordination with DSA as we also co-adopt our amendments with them. During the 45-day public comment period, it was determined that one clarification was required for bond strength for a year tenure, and 2 public comments were received. The first from Brian Stanley on behalf of Technical Service Information Bureau. The second, HCI commented on its own package recommending the term Department of Healthcare Access and Information HCI is needed to clarify that HCI is the enforcing agency. These were fixed in the final express terms. Additional comments to the 15-day public comment period were received, one from Matthew Gross commenting on sections outside of the 15-day comment period, and a comment from Brian Stanley requesting a change to the reference standard. No change was made in response to these public comments. There are 3 cams associated with this code package: green, yellow, and salmon. The yellow cam indicates that a public comment was submitted. HCI commented on its own package, indicating that additional areas needed clarification that HCI is the enforcing agency, as these were administrative/editorial changes. That was fixed in the final express terms before you today. The 45-day comment by Brian Stanley was also addressed. The salmon cam indicates that HCI withdrew its amendment from special structural walls as there were no amendments to this section and the section was deleted in model code. We appreciate your review of the proposed regulations and respectfully request your consideration for approval, and we're happy to answer any questions on any items you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item number 7 is open for commission discussion. Here's none. Take comments from the public.
No hands and no phone participants.
Are there any written comments?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item number 7 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 2, Title 24. A motion?
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Klaus Berkner, second.
It is moved and seconded that the adoption of the amendments will be adopted. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by indicating no, and if abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct the roll call vote. Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner. Aye. Thank you. Vote is unanimous. Adoption of the amendments and the motion is carried. Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 8. The Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Existing Building Code Part 10, Title 24. Again, the representatives from the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development, please introduce yourselves and provide us an overview of agenda item number 8.
Okay, thank you, Madam Undersecretary Sarasota Taylor. Once again, I'm Roy Lobo, the Principal Structural Engineer with HCAI, and I have with me Dr. Arizuma. He's the Supervisor of the Site Compliance Unit, and Richard Tanner-Hill, the Deputy Division Chief for Sacramento Office. We are presenting agenda item 8, OSHPD rulemaking number 6-24, adopt and amend the 2024 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 1 of Title 24. The California Department of Healthcare Access and Information, HCAI, Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development, proposes to repeal the 2021 International Existing Building Code, adopt the 2024 International Existing Building Code, and carry forward existing amendments from the 2022 California Existing Building Code, Part 10 of Title 24, California Code of Regulations. The amendments before you today were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board, Structural and Non-Structural Regulations Committee, and to the Hospital Building Safety Board full board meeting in 2024. The CBSC Health Facilities, CAC, reviewed and provided feedback at its July 2024 public meeting. The CAC recommended approve on most code changes and further study on 7 items. HCAI agreed with the committee further study recommendations on 6 items related to inappropriate reference to the matrix tables and made necessary corrections, and disagreed on the editorial change. During the 45-day public comment period, HCAI commented on its own package, recommending that the term Department of Healthcare Access and Information, HCAI, is needed to clarify that HCAI is the enforcing agency. These were fixed in the final express terms. The reference to historic buildings in item 9-1 was deleted. There are 2 cams associated with this code package, green and yellow. The yellow cam indicates that the public comment was submitted. HCAI commented on its own package, indicating that additional areas needed clarification that HCAI is the enforcing agency. These again were administrative/editorial changes. These were fixed in the final express terms before you today. No public comments were received for this package. We appreciate your review of the proposed regulations and respectfully request your consideration for approval. And we'll be happy to answer any questions on any items you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 8 is now open for commission discussion.
This is Commissioner Rambin. I just have one editorial comment on item 5, section 302A.3.1, where this code was amended for the California Building Code. Code should be capitalized in that section. That's all. Thank you.
Anything else from the commissioners? If not, we will now take comments from members of the public on agenda item number 8.
There are no hands and no phone participants.
Are there any written comments?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Well, that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item number 8 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Existing Building Code Part 10, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Klaus Buchner moves to approve with a minor editorial change as
Commissioner,
amended.
Commissioner Rampin, second. Do we need to have?
Just a point of order, the editorial doesn't require approve as amended. It can be just, we can fix that with them. So approve is fine. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Commissioner Rampin, second.
Any other further discussions from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by indicating no, and abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote. Commissioner Hampton,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray. Aye. Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Kloss Buchner.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin. Aye. Thank you. Thank you. So the vote is unanimous and the adoption of amendments and the motion is carried. Thank you. As mentioned earlier in the meeting, we will be hearing items number 9 and 10 tomorrow morning. And so at this point in time, we will move on to agenda item number 11. And item number 11 is the Office of the State Fire Marshal. Proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. Will the representatives from the Office of the State Fire Marshal please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 11.
So I can't see online, but is either Chief Verlan or Chief Sakamoto online to give an opening statement?
Oh. See them.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. So on behalf of Chief Verlan, my name is Crystal Sujewski. I'm the Chief of Code Development and Analysis. With me here today is Staff Counsel Mark Springer. And Chief Verlan would have liked to be here. He is in budget hearings, and Chief Sakamoto is with him and will maybe show up online shortly. So team will present for you today suggested amendments to Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. We'll hear administrative, residential, building, fire, existing, and then a proposal for the new Part 7 California Wildland Urban Interface Code. Our goal and mission are to ensure the safety of buildings and construction and utilize the most modern building standards. We collaborate with our partners and other state agencies on innovative technologies such as energy storage systems and the application of refrigerants that contribute to reducing global warming potential in that realm. The team is committed to staying engaged in the ongoing matter, which involves monitoring and assessing the model codes, process, and new proposals as they are introduced. We continue to forward thinking and strive to introduce the most recent proposals at the earliest possible opportunity. We respectfully request approval for the SFM Triennial Code Cycle's proposed adoption and suggested amendments for the next edition of the respective parts. So overview of the administrative part 1 is that this was heard at the Code Advisory Committee meeting in July. It was approved at that time. The modifications that we suggested to Article 3.1 are to include the reference to Part 7, which is the new proposal for the California Wildland Urban Interface Code. No public comments were received since then, and so we respectfully ask your approval. Thank you.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 11 is open for commission discussion. Okay. Any comments from members of the public on agenda item number 11?
There are no hands and no phone participants.
Any written comments?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item number 11 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Administrative Code Part 1, Title 24.
Commissioner Klaus Brickner moved to approve.
Commissioner Santillan, second.
Any further discussions from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed by indicating no. And abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote. Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin, aye. Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous for the adoption of the amendments and the motion is carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item number 12. The Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Building Code Part 2, Title 24. And again, representatives from the Office of the State Fire Marshal, please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 12.
Again, Crystal Sujewski, CAL FIRE Office State Fire Marshal, Chief of Code Development and Analysis, and with me is Staff Counsel Mark Springer. We introduced to you Part 2 with California amendments. The text was heard at the commission or the advisory committee meeting in July. Public comment was made available September 6th through October 21st. Public comments were received and we did address some of those public comments in a 15-day that was made available November 6th through November 21st of 2024. And no additional comments were received after that. And we also introduced an addendum item for item 5.2. The public comments that were received really addressed the child care proposal in Chapter 3. Classification as Group E. There was legislation that was passed in September of 2024 that rolled back the classification of child care centers to the 2019 codes and charged the State Fire Marshal's Office with collaboration and work for subsequent rulemaking cycles. So we took that opportunity to roll back the current regulations that you see before you with those editorial changes that we made in the 22. For instance, child daycare, to be more inclusive of the child care instead of just daycare. And that was also one of the comments. So moving forward with the addendum piece, unless there's any questions on other parts. So the addendum piece, it was recognized that the SA values for the multipliers of determining the area of buildings in 2007, State Fire Marshal had adopted the first edition of the I codes and continued and maintained the multiplier for state occupied or state buildings as 2. The model code version had that multiplier as a 3. And so it was maintained up until this last edition, where subsequent changes were made to the model code, where in the melding of the amendments, the intent got lost. And so the addendum is to clarify that for other than state buildings, you could use the multiplier of 3. And then for state buildings, you use the multiplier of 2, which is stated in the text. And so we request your approval for part 2. Thank you.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 12 is open for commission discussion.
Commissioner Sasaki, given recent fires, obviously the fires in Los Angeles, and then prior to that, the large fire in Moss Landing at the battery storage facility. I'm just wondering, I'm sure the State Fire Marshal is looking into the impacts of both of those fires, and I guess I'm just wondering if in this coming up in the future, if the State Fire Marshal is thinking about how the impacts of those fires may cause some changes in regulations in the future. And I know those are recent incidents. It probably takes time to develop some understanding of how regulations could change, but if you could maybe talk about that.
Thank you for that question. Really appreciate it, because what I did fail to mention is the relocation of Chapter 7A. And so Chapter 7A, which is our building construction in the wildland, is being proposed to be relocated into a new Part 7. Part 7, when we get to that, is really going to be your one-stop shop for all WUI related regulations and laws. And so the proposal to relocate that Chapter 7A into the framework of the ICC IWUI gives you that structure that you're used to in the other codes, chapters and sections with an admin section. In that proposal, we've also included the Board of Forestry's regulations for Title 14, which includes the fire safe regs as well as the defensible space regulations. So that really gives the designers moving forward in those places that had the devastation to have a comprehensive document to rebuild. And so as far as energy storage systems, State Fire Marshal has engaged also with the model codes and other stakeholders, as well as the Energy Commission, to really take a look at the gaps in the code. And then when we get to Part 9, you'll see that we are moving forward with a lot of the code proposals that are being heard for the 27 edition and moving them forward now.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Are there any other discussion items?
This is Commissioner Ramden. Thank you for the clarifications on the child care I-4 distinction. I just had one possible suggestion for the interim code cycle on the table 508.4 with the occupancy separation, maybe a note or a pointer. So it's clear to designers and building officials that if you meet those exceptions, that I-4 is not treated as a separate occupancy.
Noted.
Any other discussion items for the commissioners? Matt will now take comments from members of the public on item number 12.
We do have a hand. I'm sorry for butchering your name. Maeva?
Good morning, honored commissioners. My name is Maeva Mark. I'm the VP of Advocacy and Policy with Codango, and we are a child care and preschool development program in the Bay Area where we offer our Head Start, Early Head Start, General Child Care, California State Preschool, and Family Child Care Home education networks to over 4,000 families throughout the Bay Area. I am calling today to offer my comment regarding the SFM's proposed updates to Title 24, Part 2, Chapter 3, Sections 305.2, 308.5.1, and 308.5.4. The initial statement of reason indicates that these proposals are made in response to the recent legislative proposals. The referenced legislative proposal was Assembly Bill 176 that was signed by the governor on September 27, 2024. And the bill amended Health and Safety Code sections 1596.809 and 13235. And AB 176 requires that the OSFM shall update regulations pertaining to occupancy standards for the facility types in subdivision B of section 1596.809 to the California Building Standards Commission during the next code cycle, but not later than January 1, 2027. And the office shall work with the State Department of Social Services to provide information to the local fire enforcing agency to ensure consistent application of applicable regulations between the State Department of Social Services and the OSFM. Now, in light of the requirements to consult with DSS and ensure consistent regulations, we believe that this proposed regulation change is premature and does not comply with the intention of AB 176. For example, the proposal is inconsistent with other regulations as the typical child care group size of 8 children is not congruent with a limit of 100 children per facility. We respectfully oppose these proposals and request that pursuant to AB 176, SFM continue to enforce the code as it existed on December 31st, 2022, until such time as new regulations can be adopted through the consensus work group process, as it indicated in the statement of reasons. We really appreciate the SFM's intent to form a consensus work group, and consistent with the practices of other state agencies, we expect that the representatives of the field will be included in said work group. We look forward to working together with SFM to craft standards that ensure safety in a manner consistent with existing practices and regulations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We don't have any other hands. We do have a phone participant. If they have a comment, now is the time. I think that is a no. We don't have any other public comments.
Were there any written comments?
Yes, Madam Chair. We did receive a written comment from Jennifer Wu with the City of Visalia, recommending suggested changes on California Building Code Section 1023.9.1, Item 2, regarding stairway signage. I'm not sure that was something up for change this cycle by the State Fire Marshal, so it may be something for future consideration.
There's something else that would conclude the public comment portion. I will turn the item back over to the commission. Entertain a vote.
Commissioner Rampton moved to approve.
Before we, I have questions. can the state fire marshal respond to the commenter and maybe help us? I don't know the details of those regulations, but kind of help us out there and how you responded to that.
Yes, absolutely. So the state fire marshal, again, the intent of the regulations before you was to take those editorial changes that we did in the 22 cycle, again, to align with the the regulations in the other title. I can't remember if it's 22 or 25 right now, but the child care regulations on the terminology. And then the rollback to the 19. So we rolled back the 19 code language with editorial corrections. And then we intend to have a working group. We developed a charter. Those working groups will be for the intervening code cycle. We have a co-chair, Leah Johnson from Social Services. And so we will be proposing regulations based on that work group recommendations through the state fire marshal at that time. And so, so be more conversations around this subject and improvements and hopefully a better alignment with their current regulations. So again, the intent before you was the rollback to the 19 with editorial corrections.
Sure. And just to follow up, the intent is by 2027 to comply with AB 176. You have till 2027 to comply with that. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
And that's what the work group's all about.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification and the emphasis on committing to working with community to clarify. So that again concludes the public comment portion of the commissioners. There's no other discussion items. Kevin?
Yeah, sorry, just a quick point of order. Kevin Day, CBSC. I believe we were going to the motion, and I know Laura was starting a motion, but as a reminder, this agenda item has an addendum that Crystal provided or summarized, and I believe you're requesting an approve as amend to include the addendum.
That is exactly
Based
what
on-
I'm requesting.
And the addendum for,
Adoption of the amendments and the addendum.
yes, for criteria 6 to clarify ambiguity in the regs.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, so turn that back over. And entertain a motion.
I will try this again. Commissioner Randon moves to approve as amended based on criteria number 6.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Klaus Kirkner, second.
It's moved and seconded that we will adopt the amendments based on criteria number 6.
Approve as amended, yes.
Approved as amended. Is there any further discussions from the commissioners regarding this motion?
Just one question, just for clarification. If they're including an addendum, are we under the same restriction of non-substantive changes when we approve as amended?
For approve as amended, yes, and that would fall
Would that
under
be considered a substantive change?
not if it's complying with statute. So as Crystal explained, because AB 176 chaptered during the 45-day comment period, that's why they incorporated the addendum language. I'm sorry, no, that's confusing two things. The addendum language is non-substantive. It's clarifying editorial changes. Yeah.
So we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by no, and if abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Haskins,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray. Aye. Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambit.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous on the adoption of the amendment, and that motion is carried. Thank you. And moving on to agenda item number 13, Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Residential Code, Part 2.5, Title 24. And Office of the State Fire Marshal, thank you for being here. Please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 13.
I'd like to ask, is Chief Erland or Chief Sakamoto online at this point? Yes. Sakamoto, if either of them would like to speak, I will.
Good afternoon. This is Vicky Sakamoto. No, Chief Sieski, you could continue on. Chief Berlant will be on shortly, so you can continue.
Thank you so much. Crystal Sujewski with CAL FIRE Office of the State Fire Marshal, Chief of Code Development and Analysis. With me here is Staff Counsel Mark Springer. You have in front of you Part 2.5, which was heard at the Advisory Committee meeting in July. We subsequently had our 45-day public comment period. No public comments were received. There is a slight change to the matrix table. It does reference the international existing building code. That was not our intent. It is the adoption of the most recent residential code that we were amending for the scope. The wildland urban interface section is referenced in the administrative section in chapter 1. Again, that's the pointer to the new proposal for part 7. And then we relocated the R337, which was the wildland provisions in the residential code, to the new part 7. Similar to what we did in part 2. We kindly ask your approval for this rulemaking package. Thank you.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 13 is open for commission discussion at this time. Any comments from the public?
From the public, we have no hands raised. We do have a phone participant. If the person on the phone has a comment, now is the time. I'm going to say we don't have any comments.
Okay. Were there any written?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That will conclude the public comment portion, and I'll turn the item number 13 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Residential Code, Part 2.5, Title 24. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Haskin move to approve.
Commissioner Glassberg, a second.
It's moved and seconded that for the adoption of the amendments. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote. Commissioner Santillan?
Aye.
Commissioner Randon?
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin?
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre?
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox-Buckner?
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous for the adoption of the amendment, and the motion is carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item number 14. Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of a new model code 2024 International Wildland Urban Interface Code with amendments to become the 2025 California Wildland Urban Interface Code, Part 7, Title 24. Office of the State Fire Marshal, please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 14. I think Chief Berlant may be on.
I am. Good morning to you. I apologize for not being able to be with you in person. We just wrapped up testifying in front of the assembly on our budget. But this is a very important item for us. In front of you is really a milestone as we in California continue to experience more destructive and more severe wildfires. I don't have to point further back than just last month in the LA fires, where over 16,000 homes and buildings were destroyed by wildfires. A point of pride of ours is the Wildland Urban Interface Code currently in Chapter 7A, currently in the Residential Code Chapter 337, vegetation requirements currently in Chapter 49 of the Fire Code, and our defensible space requirements in Title 14. The package that we'll expand on here in a moment that's in front of you it does a number of things. It consolidates all of our existing chapters within the various codes that I referenced into one place, making it easier for our local fire and our local building officials to be able to enforce these important mitigations. It elevates this work from being a chapter within other codes, putting it into, again, a singular code, Part 7. But then third, it points to other wildfire mitigations, defensible space, and other mitigations that are within the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection's responsibility that connect to the home but are not building standards. So again, by consolidating, by elevating, and by pointing back to, we put everything in one place. As Chief Sujeski, in a moment here, I'll turn it back to her, can get into a little bit more details. We are reorganizing the code to follow the model international code, but it retains the critical work that many of our stakeholders that have built to make Chapter 7A be such an important code. So we're not changing our California standards. We are simply following the international model, keeping the standards that currently exist, but now in a reorganized and elevated fashion. Very much appreciate your time today. We hope that we can answer any questions, but look forward to your approval of this item. But I'll turn it back to Chief Sujeski, who might add a little bit more detail.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. Did you want me to state my name again? No. Okay. Thank you. So I'd like to add on to that I'd really like to thank the SFM Louis Working Group, which was co-chaired by Robert Marshall, and then assisted by Kevin Scott as the editor and kind of overseer of the minutes and subgroups. There were numerous subgroups that really put their time and dedication into this, along with the FPOs that, with their large member base, really had a lot of good suggestions to add in this reorganization. So there is going to be training. We have several webinars that are planned closer to the publication date, if this were to be approved. We also have a full day class to go over the reorganization and the application and where the different authorities lie currently. And so with that, there were a few public comments that were received during the 45-day. There is an addendum. As we were going through the initial proof from ICC, it was identified that some of the 7A, about 6 items of the 7A regulations did not translate. So we'd like to have those addendum items considered. And what that is really the building materials listing. There's another section for exterior walls. We had taken out 3 words on the exterior side because it was under exterior walls, but we did get feedback that, that 1 hour wall, to be really clear that it is required on the exterior side, so we're putting that back in. That's also part of the addendum. So I guess I'll leave it there, unless there's any questions. And respectfully ask for your approval as amended by the addendum.
Okay, thank you. The item is open for commission discussion.
This is Ellie Klausberg. There might not be a question. I commend you guys on such a hard work. I mean, between the FPOs, State Fire Marshal's Office, Kevin Scott, this was a monumental task. And I didn't think you guys would be ready, to be honest, and you've done an amazing job. And you have also done an amazing job of keeping to date special interests and lobbyists somewhat at bay as far as what is proposed in the California codes throughout all these cycles and all these years. As soon as California adopts, as you know, ICC WUI, as soon as California starts buying ICC WUI, the stakes go up as far as standards that are going to get pushed your way, and special interests and all kinds of products that will try and be sold by you guys. So I want to say keep up the good work as far as handling that. And you guys have so far, all these years, have done an amazing job. I did not see anything in the adoption of the standards in the back increasing, because sometimes when California adopts it, people want to push us Californians buying more and more standards and reference standards, and you guys have done an amazing job. So I commend you on that, and I beg you to please keep up the good work as far as from that standpoint. So it's not a question, but I just wanted to make a few comments and beg for you guys to keep up on top of that and the wonderful work you've done. So.
Commissioner, if I may, I know that was not a question. I just want to assure you that we will continue in California to lead our efforts in revising this code. And while we are so appreciative of our partnership with the International Code Council and with our partners across the nation, and I know, as you know, but for the other members, we have been very vocal in the last couple of years in trying to help augment the changes we think need to occur to make the international model code stronger. We plan to continue having a California work group to more quickly and frequently update the California version of now CWUI so that it continues to be the leader. We will, of course, adopt model elements that happen at the national level, but we will quickly add additional items so that we are continuing to lead the effort and not wait 3 years for the national process to bring us potential changes.
And this is Commissioner Klausberg again. Thank you for that. And I did see that, you know, the changes are pretty much, yes, it's changing to adopting ICC WUI, but there is no substantive change for now, so that everybody gets used to this new standard. It brings it to the forefront. And then when reports come from LA Fire, when we see any, because it's too soon right now, when we see parts that might need improvement, then we can you know, move forward with those. So again, my hat off to you guys and your team, and it was a big change, and I recognize that. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Patel, you have your hand up.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Commissioner Patel. I also wanted to echo my thanks. Chief Berlant, Chief Chajewski, Chief Anderson, and everyone that was involved. This was a huge effort. it's a big job to try to adopt a new model code and be able to put all our amendments in. So you guys did a fantastic job, and I want to thank you for that. The other thing I wanted to point out is something that Chief Berlant just said, which is in the past, it's always been the model code sort of emulating a lot of what California does, and we spent a lot of time doing California amendments. I really appreciate it when the State Fire Marshal's Office makes the effort to actually participate in the model code process and change the model code. So it impacts everybody in the nation, not just California. And so, you know, I encourage all state agencies to do the same as much as they can get in the model code process and get some of these important safety changes put in the national codes. It's just better for everybody. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Chief Berlant and your staff. Amazing job.
Commissioner, I know you two didn't have a question, but let me, reiterate that our work here in California with the building officials, with our fire prevention officers, with the California Building Industry Association, there are stakeholders across research, academia, fire, and building that have really led to what California has done. But we're going to take our voice and make sure that at the national level, we are supporting that model code to support other communities who don't have the same partnership with building and fire and industry all together. And so that effort has to continue. But again, I would be remiss not to mention the partnership across not just fire, but building and industry that has resulted in the package that is in front of all of you today, but that has resulted in Chapter 7A, Chapter 337, Chapter 49, et cetera.
Thank you, Chief. My comments are well taken. Madam Chair, I also had one thing. I have Stuart Tom from the International Code Council, who publishes the IWUI codes, couldn't make it today, so he had given me a statement to read in the record of support for this, but I'll wait. Should I wait till the public participation is over?
Yes, please. Anything else from the commissioners? Yes.
This is Commissioner Rampin. Also want to echo all the comments and compliment State Fire Marshal for implementing this code. My question is if the Energy Commission was involved in the conversation, because I think from the designer's perspective, it can often be very confusing how to meet both requirements to make sure that we're designing, the fire resistant construction to meet those requirements as well as the energy code requirements. And I mentioned this at the last hearing to the folks from the Energy Commission too, that it'd be great to have a collaboration in that. So it's more straightforward than some of the exterior building assemblies that comply with both requirements.
Absolutely. And yes, we did take that recommendation from, don't remember the name of that hearing. But you guys got a heads up before we went ahead and did this. So yes, Energy Commission was part of the conversation. They received a draft copy of the express terms in the ISOR. We had conversations around glazing and actually realized that the current regulations really support the energy efficiency. The U factor currently is exempt from the energy regulations. And so moving forward, we will look to maybe align that and to see, where are the gaps and how to bridge that design aspect to make it easier. So again, this is not a done deal. As Chief Berlant said, we will have this working group continue to improve and, be there to support that effort.
Thank you.
Yeah. Commissioners, any other discussion items? We'll go ahead and take comments from the members of the public on agenda item number 14 at this time.
First up, we have Robert.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Robert Marshall. I'm Deputy Fire Chief with the San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department, and I was the co-chair of the working group to bring the IWUI forward to a new Part 7. First of all, I'd like to thank Chief Daniel Berlant for his support in allowing us to actually move this forward. I remember sitting at a code hearing in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and we talked about this with his staff, and they moved it forward. And as Commissioner Klaas-Bruckner mentioned, it was a big lift, and we knew it was going to be a big lift. And to have gotten it to this point to where it is potentially going to be adopted is really a monumental step. And I commend the Commission and the State Fire Marshal's Office for looking at this and making it so much easier for a local jurisdiction. As Chief Berlant mentioned, one of the most important things about this is that it brings everything into a single location. Right now, as an authority having jurisdiction who has to enforce these requirements, we have to go to multiple places, and that leads to a lot of consternation from our stakeholders. It leads to confusion among inspectors and designers, and having it all in one place is really the right way to go. And we took great pains to make sure that we weren't changing anything, that we were just moving everything to a single location to make that easier. And then we can move onward and upward towards making this a better standard for everybody. So again, I urge your support for this. And again, thank you for the opportunity to the State Fire Marshal's Office, as well as to the Building Standards Commission. That will conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Meg.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Meg Snyder sharing comments for Bob Raper on behalf of the California Business Properties Association, Building Owners and Managers Association, the California Apartment Association, and the California Building Industry Association, sharing our strong group support for item 14. And we'd also like to express gratitude to Chief Crystal Sajeski for all of her hard work on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kevin.
Thank you. Kevin Scott. I am a consultant, previously worked with Kern County Fire Department for 30 years. But I want to commend State Fire Marshal Daniel Berlant for taking the lead to not just allow this to happen, but to push forward, because it took a lot of work to get I think there were 5 or 6 different codes and standards and regulations that were compiled into this one document. The State Fire Marshal staff did a monumental job in working through all of this, and Crystal coordinated a multitude of work groups as we went through this whole process. And when the commission approves this, you will be taking a great step forward for the industry. Because now, as Robert Marshall mentioned, the biggest issue is, as a designer, I need to know what to design to. Now it's all in one book, and it's all compiled together. And then for enforcement, it makes it that much easier. I think this is a great step. I think it's going to just improve as it moves on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Manny.
Thank you. First, I want to add my 2 cents in terms of congratulating Chief Sajeski, Chief Berlant, Chief Marshall for a huge, huge accomplishment. This is a milestone for California. However, I do have a concern. Amendment 504.7.3.2. As you know, Health and Safety Code subsection 18930A7 requires that, quote, the applicable national specifications, published standards, and model codes have been incorporated therein as provided in this part where appropriate. This is a statutory requirement the legislature enacted many years ago to ensure that model code provisions, national specifications, or published standards are incorporated in Title 24 regulations. This is similar in intent to Health and Safety Code Section 18941.5 that allows a local jurisdiction to establish more restrictive building standards reasonably necessary because of local climatic, geological, topographical conditions. They can be equal or more restrictive, but never less restrictive. The applicable model code for decks in the wildland urban interface area is the 2024 International WUI Model Code, specifically Section 504.7. According to ICC, the International WUI Code is adopted in nearly 200 jurisdictions across 24 states and is also adopted by the federal government for federal buildings located in WUI areas. In the final statement of reasons, the state fire marshal stated, the SFM acknowledges that the current requirements for decking and the SFM regulations are less restrictive than those in the International Wildland Urban Interface Code. The intent of the proposal for this new Part 7 California Wildland Urban Interface document was to relocate current provisions from Part 2 California Building Code, Chapter 7A. End of quote. While I understand the intent to bring existing 7A requirements out of the California Building Code and into the new California WUI Code, this does not remove the statutory requirement that the International WUI Code deck requirements must be incorporated. Incidentally, this appears to be the only state amendment from the California Building Code, Chapter 7A, that is less restrictive than the International WUI Code. Reuters News recently reported that Governor Newsom is asking the U.S. Congress for $40 billion in disaster funding because of the recent LA fires. Some estimates of damage and economic loss are being put at $250 billion, making this the costliest natural disaster in U.S. history. Thus, it is vital that the first California WUI Code be every bit as restrictive, or more so, as the International WUI Code upon which it is based is used. Members of the commission, you have the final say.
About 30 seconds remaining.
Amending the California Code to be less restrictive is to destroy the whole intent of model codes at a national level. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Randy.
Thank you very much, Building Standards Commissioners. My name is Randy Metz. I am the Division Chief and Fire Marshal for the Carlsbad Fire Department, and I was honored to serve as the chair of the Building Fire Other Advisory Committee to the Building Standards Commission. We heard this proposal. It was approved unanimously by your advisory committee. We did hear the same testimony from Mr. Muniz on this issue. We do not agree with his interpretation that when we're adopting a California version of this, that we must take everything in the model code. That's why we're making state amendments. So we, as your advisory committee, do not acknowledge the previous testimony that we are doing anything that was against statute by adopting this as submitted. I encourage you to unanimously support this. California needs it. A great opportunity and great job by the State Fire Marshal's Office and all of the members of industry and local AHJs that participated in the work group process. This was a monumental task that came together very good due to the leadership that we had, and I encourage your support. Thank you.
Sorry, I kept muting the room. Thank you. That was our last hand raised. We do have a phone participant. If they have a comment, they can go ahead and do so now. I'm gonna take that as a no. No more comments.
Commissioner Patel, you mentioned earlier that you had a comment that you wanted to read or share a comment.
I do, Madam Chair, thank you. This was from Stuart Tom, who's the current past president of the International Code Council. Good morning, honorable commissioners. On behalf of the International Code Council, I want to thank you for your commitment to adopting effective codes and standards that provide a high level of protection for all citizens of California. While California has a long history of developing codes and standards for Title 24 that provide the highest level of safety, accessibility, energy efficiency, and resilience for our citizens, it is important to take the necessary steps to address our changing world and adjust Title 24 as needed to mitigate the increasing exposure to devastating events. In fact, this year, 2025, has already started with some of the most severe firestorms in California history. And as we know, the frequency and severity of fires within the wildland-urban interface are only going to get worse. Suppression is not the answer to our increasingly intense fire events. We cannot ignore the increasing fire exposure by letting the fires ignite our built environment within high fire hazard zones and hope that we can extinguish or suppress the fires before our communities are completely destroyed. As we build new structures in areas subject to high wildland fire risk, often to address our growing housing shortage throughout the state, we need to invest in our current Title 24 standards and adopt new strategies to make our communities safer and more resilient to extreme fire events. California developed the very first wildland urban interface construction standards, which currently comprise Chapter 7A, Title 24, Part 2. These construction standards have proven to greatly increase the likelihood of structural survival in the face of wind and ember-driven fires. Like all of our codes, Chapter 7A requires a high level of maintenance so that it evolves and keeps pace with changing hazards and emerging construction technologies. This work falls primarily on the State Fire Marshal's Office, and Chief Daniel Berlant and his team have done an amazing job keeping our current WUI construction standards relevant. But it's a lot of work. I know because I was part of the original team that drafted the original first Wildland Urban Interface Standards, which California ultimately adopted as Chapter 7A of the California Building Code. It is so much work, in fact, that in recent years I've begun to worry that California has been missing out on a golden opportunity. California is not the only state that experiences devastating wildland fires, and California does not need to develop Wildland Urban Interface construction standards on its own. With the help of a virtual army of expert volunteers, the Office of the State Fire Marshal has finally taken the step to shift the basis of Title 24's Wildland Urban Interface Standards to a nationally developed model code. The IWUI code is developed through the collaborative efforts of the foremost experts in the field of wildland construction safety from across our country. By utilizing this model code, California will benefit from the continual code development cycle that the International Code Council uses to ensure that all of its codes are the best in the world. Through California's rulemaking process, the State Fire Marshal can amend the IWUI code as it deems appropriate to address California's unique character. And in the end, the level of community protection and resilience in our high fire exposure areas can not only be maintained, but will most likely advance at an accelerated pace in the coming years. In closing, I want to thank you for placing the safety of California's wildland urban interface on today's agenda. And as one of the original authors of our current Chapter 7A standards, I'm excited to see Title 24 take the next logical step in its progression to protect our communities. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. To the staff, were there any written comments submitted on this agenda item?
Yes, Madam Chair. The only comment received in writing was from Manny Muniz, who we heard from earlier, who articulated his comments on the call.
See a comment in the room as well.
Sorry.
Oh, yes, please.
Good morning, Tim Spears, Fire Marshal with the South San Joaquin County Fire Authority and President of the Northern California Fire Prevention Officers. First, I want to say thank you to Chief Berlant, Chief Stajeski, and the Office of State Fire Marshal's Office for their work. This is definitely a milestone, as many have said. California Wildland Urban Interface Code, as Part 7 of Title 24, marks the significant milestone in protecting communities from the devastating impacts of wildfires. The accomplishment highlights the dedication and collaboration with the FPOs and the Office of the State Fire Marshal in adapting the International Wildland Urban Interface Code to address California's unique challenges. Our members remain dedicated in their commitment to enhancing fire prevention, improving life safety, and developing codes that safeguard our homes and neighborhoods. We urge your support for this, and that concludes our comments.
I believe that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item number 14 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of a new model code, the 2024 International Wildland Urban Interface Code with amendments to become the 2025 California Wildland Urban Interface Code Part 7, Title 24. And I believe we do need to note that criteria number 6 is being removed. May I have a motion?
Commissioner Klaus Brickner moved to approve as amended based on Part 6 of the 9-point criteria.
Second.
Commissioner Allegri, second.
It is moved and seconded that the motion is approved as amended using criteria number 6. Is there any further discussions from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Opposed, indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Ms. Mayetta, please conduct a roll call vote. Commissioner Stockwell?
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Hampton?
Aye.
Commissioner Allegri? Aye. Commissioner Rambin? Aye. Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Santiago?
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous, adopting of the new model code with the amendment, and the motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like applause is necessary. All right. Agenda item 15 is the Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Fire Code Part 9, Title 24. I think, Kevin, or do you want to break?
I guess you want to ask for the lunch, we can take
Oh.
now, 12:30 or after agenda item 15, so it's up to
Oh,
the.
what do folks want to do? Do we go through one more or do we want to break now?
I have questions on that, so I might take a little bit of time, so maybe.
So maybe we should break. I feel maybe we could break.
Okay.
That would be good. That would be good. Okay.
In agreement.
So are we taking an hour lunch or how long do we want to take?
It's up to commissioners, we want to keep it an hour because
Okay.
we may want to take the time, but if you want to take shorter lunch, it's okay.
Well, I mean, it's 12:14 now. We could go, we could reconvene at 1 or.
Yeah, is everyone okay with that? All right, so we will go ahead and take a break and reconvene at 1 o'clock. And we'll start with agenda item 15 at that time. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We are reconvening. It is 1 o'clock, and we're picking up where we left off, which was agenda item number 15. And it is the Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Fire Code, Part 9, Title 24. The representative from the Office of the State Fire Marshal is here. If you'd like to introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 15.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Crystal Sujeski, CAL FIRE Office of the State Fire Marshal, Chief of Code Development and Analysis. Here with me is Staff Counsel Mark Springer. I will be introducing Part 9 with proposed amendments and request approved as amended by addendum item 10-6 and 59-3. This was heard at the advisory BFO committee meeting in July. We had a 45-day public comment period from September 6th to October 21st. Several comments were received. We did a 15-day public comment period to address some of those public comments. That was held November 6th through November 21st. And we received no further comments after that. So with you here, again, we are proposing to adopt the latest version of the model code. And again, the matrix is incorrect in the annotations. Is the International Fire Code, not the existing building code. We made a reference to the new Part 7 in Chapter 1. And then what we did in Chapter 2 is brought in early adoption of proposed definitions for batteries and the chemistries around the batteries. Since energy storage systems and the use of batteries, use, storage, and handling has been a hot topic for California, we looked at these proposals at the International Code Council and thought that they would enhance the understandable code user, at least the exposure to the new technologies that are emerging in this space. We did a lot of repeal and replace because, again, we do try to be as innovative as for early adoption as possible in areas that are of concern, such as the puzzle rooms and refrigerants and battery storage. So you'll see in Chapter 3, we did revise the title of Section 320 instead of just the lithium ion battery to just simply state battery, again, to incorporate those new technologies that are emerging. The language in that section does really relate to the lithium ion battery technology, but again, opening up that usage of the definitions of batteries. Moving on to Chapter 49. Again, that is a relocating that chapter to the new Part 7, which deals with the provisions around wildland-urban interface. And then the public comments received for Chapter 9 around sprinkler head in an elevator pit. We did have that public comment and revised our language to address the concerns of the elevator industry with the removal of that sprinkler head in the pit for worker safety. And the elevator industry in Title 8, they also supported that change. NFPA 855 and the standards. We have looked at the International Code Council standards additions. And since, again, we are trying to stay with the latest and greatest, we updated a lot of those standards to the ones that are the most current and up to date, including NFPA 855, which would be the 2023 edition. We do realize that the NFPA hearings will be later in July, June or July, and the 25 edition will be available. But until that happens, we didn't feel it was appropriate to present it at this hearing. So again, we are monitoring and aware of these improvements to the standards, but because it's not yet in its final stage, again, we just went with the latest one, which is the 2023, which again is forward from the 21 IFC or the 24 IFC, which references the 20 edition of NFPA 855. The addendum items that you see were to correlate between the fire code and the building code where we missed the underlining. And so to just make that aware. And I will leave it at that and ask for your approval as amended.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 15 is open for commission discussion at this time. Yes, Commissioner.
I had a couple of questions on energy storage system and lithium batteries. We're having more and more fires with moss fires and fires near the border of Mexico with the Otay fires. ICC's direction has been a tendency to go towards more practical and more lenient. And I had a couple of concerns during the last code hearing. So I thought I'd bring up a couple of things. I don't believe part of this adoption included, there was a proposed code change. A lot of these changes haven't been finalized at the ICC level. There was a proposed code change that got voted on where you replace the testing with a report by an FPE, which I opposed, because if you don't have testing, you cannot write a report. An FPE should not be, has no business writing a report. I did not see that here. Am I correct?
We did bring in for existing energy storage systems in Chapter 11 that references a pathway to compliance, which would include an extensive report.
Okay.
But that would be like before regulations were in place, as they've been continuing to be developed since 2018.
So before a certain date, an FPE report would replace it. But with new technology, they still have to do testing. They still have to new installation. They still have to do the UL testing or whatever standard testing they are going to move forward with.
That is correct. We didn't do any changes to 1207 in that regard.
I didn't see it, and I just wanted to be sure.
Yes.
Second question. I oppose the new definitions that went into Chapter 2 in the ICC for the different battery technologies. And one of the reasons was it was not written in good code language. It sounded more like a manufacturer's brochure. It was really poorly written, in my opinion, and none of these technologies, other than in the definition, are used in the body of the fire code, right? So what is the point of putting it in the definition, why not put it in the appendices where people can go and get knowledgeable on without needing to put legal code language, learn about the different technologies when none of these definitions actually are used in the rest of the fire code other than the definition section. So I had a lot of concerns with that because of the way those definitions were written, plus because it's not even used. So do you guys have any comments regarding that?
Yeah, the proposals that we looked at were approved at the first and maybe not introduced at the second committee action hearings. And so per the rules of the ICC, those would go to consent agenda. So again, it was keeping that forward thinking in the space of technology and awareness. And because in those proposals, they were in the definition section, that's where we brought them in. So, I mean, your point is very well taken because, again, we tried to make that connection with 320 for use and handling and just title it battery to be kind of all inclusive. But you're right, we didn't bring any other specific regulations to those definitions. And so it was kind of like a logistics decision that we made, that because of the model code proposals, put them in the definition, that we would bring them in early in that chapter, again, for that awareness, for the use, and for that correlation.
Yeah, this is, by the way, Ellie Klaus-Bruckner, Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner speaking. The language in the codes has lithium-ion battery embedded, and then other technologies with very few other like we just added about 10 different definitions where it's totally not used in there. So during the interim cycle, I would seriously look at, first of all, the way that is written, because it sounds like a sales pitch rather than, it's a little bit, the language says, this technology is a little bit better than that technology. That's literally in the definitions. It sounds like a brochure. I'm begging you guys, just because ICC decided to put those in, doesn't mean that we should. So if you guys could look during the interim cycle at those definitions and give it a second eye, we may have to amend even what ICC does, even in the future, 3-4 years down the road, because it was not good code language. So that's my only other comment.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other comments? It's a question, this is Commissioner Rambin. I think I know the answer to this, but just clarifying in item 2-27.2, this is regarding the E and I4 occupancies. And I think you clarified it in the building code amendments that the intention is if you meet all those requirements, an I4 would be considered an E and wouldn't need to meet corridor requirements of an I4, correct?
Correct, okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Patel, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up on Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner's comment. I get concerned as a code user as well if we add definitions, but there's really no requirement for those definitions that are specified elsewhere in the code. I think it causes confusion, because if I'm looking at a definition for a specific type of battery, I expect that there's some specific condition that needs to be applied to that in the code. If there's not, I mean, I would prefer if we did not include those types of definitions until maybe in the intervening cycle, if you're going to start bringing in other language in other sections that apply to those specific battery types, it'd be more appropriate, because like I said, for code users, it's difficult if there's nothing specific to those battery type of definitions. But also, what happens with the public is they find these definitions and then they start applying them to other standards and things and start bringing them to building departments and fire departments and saying, well, here, I'm using this definition that's in the building standards code, but they're applying it to other things that have a similar definition. So, and I'm not sure that's really the intent of what we're trying to do. So for clarity's sake, is it possible to go back to original concept of just having a generic battery definition?
So the model code did expand battery definitions anyway. And so a lot of the amendments are, yes, bringing in new definitions, but then there's been changes to the battery definition category in the model code. So I'm not sure I understand your question.
I was kind of thinking that maybe, Crystal, it's sort of it's almost like it's an early adoption of, I realize it's actually printed in the model code, but it's almost like an early adoption of a technology that we're not really addressing as far as having any requirements related to those. So I didn't know, do we really need to bring these forward at this point? Is there an option not to?
Commissioner Patel, before we go any further, it is not in the model codes yet. It hasn't even voted on yet. The final vote, so it's very much in the future. So it hasn't been, has it? My apologies. Has it?
So they were approved at the first committee action hearing.
Yeah.
And there were no comments in the second committee action hearing, so they go to consent agenda.
So
which means
public.
They wouldn't go to public comment, it would go to online voting consensus for the final step.
Okay, so it hasn't made the final step.
It hasn't made the final step, but there's, I guess it's like, 90%. I was the only dissenting arguer at ICC. I'm gonna lose, but, yeah.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Patel, you were saying, and I just wanted to let you know that it's not officially in the model codes yet, so.
Well, thank you for that clarification. Is it, so it's definitely not in the 24, is it not printed in the 24 International Fire Code?
No.
There are things like, for instance, I'll just bring it back to the matrix table. So item 212, lithium ion battery, right? That is a definition that is currently in model code, and it has been amended, and our suggested amendment to that is based on the proposals heard for the 27. And again, the intent of all of this is to really address the recent fires, the mystification about energy storage, and bring awareness that there are technologies that are advancing quicker than we can bring in codes or regulations, or at least awareness that the chemistries are changing. So again, going back to the chapter 3, which lists other technologies, as you pointed out, that would, yes, incorporate those new chemistries for use, handling, and storage.
So this is Commissioner Haskin. I'm going to chime in on this too. I'm kind of on the same page. Just in my experiences that if we have too many defined terms that aren't in use, they can be used as an excuse not to comply with certain articles. If that article doesn't specifically clarify if they're in a group or if it's in a chart format where there's a table that says all of these are this type of battery, then that, and I I just have the changes. I don't have the full code in front of me. So I'm maybe looking to you for some clarification there, but that's my concern is that if you identify too many defined terms, you then you run the risk of excluding some components or some batteries just because you've created more terms and then you can someone can reference back and say, well, this isn't that type of battery. This is this specific type, and it's got its own defined term. And so therefore now it no longer is protected because it's now a defined term, but it's not a defined term that's clarified as, as under the requirements of, go ahead.
In that regard, the code has lithium battery and then other technologies. So the regulations, any of those other technologies would fall under that. So hopefully, hopefully that won't be a problem. At the same time, what's the point of confusing everything by putting all these other definitions which are not used? At the same time, it's really late in the game. I recognize that. So I don't know if there is a way to separate this or make changes. But the other technologies is an all-encompassing. It's lithium ion batteries and one or two other types, and then it's all other technologies. But now we have, some of these newer definitions that, will not be used anywhere in the codes, which is a bit concerning, but maybe it needs to be fixed during the interim cycle. But I objected to this, and one of the reasons why I object to this is you were at the meetings. You saw how they started scrapping entire chapters and sending everybody to other standards, right?
Yes.
And these are all the definitions in an FBA 588. Are we moving forward with eventually scrapping this chapter and sending everybody to an FBA 588? That's one of my concerns. The fire inspectors need a lot of these chapters that are being scrapped to be in the fire code and not sending everybody to all these standards. You know how, I get off my soapbox, you know how I feel about that. But these are the definitions from NFPA 588. So why we need them here, I don't know. But if you could, during maybe perhaps the interim cycle, whatever it is, however way we can address it, I'm worried about this.
Absolutely. So, Commissioner Haskin, I'll bring your attention to item 316. And this is where, what Commissioner Cox-Buckner is saying is that this is other battery types general. And it goes into, batteries in storage other than lithium ion battery, and lists like a bunch of different requirements. So again, the intent was to try and stay in a progressive mode to bring in the awareness of the industry changes and the chemistry of batteries that will be introduced. And we do have a commitment to expand this work group for the intervening code cycle. Whether or not we will discuss or move forward with what the ICC proposals are doing, and I was there with you too, because you're right. If we start moving things out of the regulation and into a standard, then we lose that enforcement tool in a sense, because the hierarchy of order of precedence that we all know. So again, those will be discussions as the ICC model code development process moves forward, and we can get a better grasp on what those changes will look like in the end. And for California, what will be discussed in those committee recommendations to the state fire marshal, and then put forth for the intervening code cycle.
So my recommendation during the intervening, strongly recommend, first of all, cleaning up that language. It talks about, oh, it could be life threatening, or this could be better than that battery. That's in the definitions. It's really badly written. Whatever you do, shove it in an appendix. These descriptions do not need to be in the definition section. So I highly, highly recommend that. I don't know if we can fix it today or here, unless Commissioner Patel or Commissioner Haskins has any suggestions, but if there's no way to do it, then moving forward with the interim cycle, I would seriously look at that.
I mean, Commissioner Sasaki, I hear your other commissioners' comments, but I mean, in front of us, we can only do certain things. Approve, we can not approve, we can send back for further study, and I think approve as amended. So, I mean, it seems like the approach about State Fire Marshal looking at these issues in the intervening cycles, not the best we can do, but probably seems like the right approach. Right?
And just to be clear on my point, I'm not opposed to it. Just raising concerns doesn't mean I'm necessarily opposed to this. There are plenty of defined terms I wish were added. As a code user, there's lots of things that are hard to argue, and you have to reference multiple sections to get to a point which could be fixed with definitions. This just seems like a lot of information that it's cutting edge now, and in a few years it's going to be old news, and then it's just taking up space. But I'm not necessarily opposed to it.
Any other comments from the commissioners? We'll now take comments from the public on item number 15.
Yes, we do have one hand, Kevin.
Hi, this is Kevin Daly. Thank you. This is Kevin Daly. I'm a board member of Transport Oakland and part of a group which requested the state fire marshal consider the effect of fire apparatus access roads upon traffic safety when requiring wider access roads. California Title 19 3.05 refers to fire apparatus access road width. And many cities additionally adopt parts of International 503, which are not adopted by the state of California. Cities also adopt Appendix D, which encourages wider access roads, even though this appendix is not adopted by the state of California. So I thank the Commission and Chief Sujeski for considering our comments on the interaction between fire code and traffic safety. Fire marshals statewide encourage the use of wide roads for fire apparatus access roads. These wide roads lead to speeding cars, which lead to death and severe injuries. So I will follow the suggestions in the state fire marshal's office and encourage the state legislature to take up the issue. In the 1970s, California had a very high rate of deaths and fires. Through the use of improved fire codes, California has reduced the deaths due to fires. It was a great success, even though there's still way too many deaths due to fires. It's time for the fire code to consider traffic deaths and fatalities and have the same success as the code had on fire deaths. Fire departments are also the first responders to traffic injuries and fatalities, resulting in trauma to the first responders, as well as to the victims. In Oakland alone, we have more traffic fatalities every year than we had this year in the LA fires. So I ask that in the next code cycle, the state fire marshal look at traffic safety as well as fire safety when designing the code. and look at the effect of wide streets on traffic safety. Also, when you look at the wildland urban interface and the exit roads designed, consider that if designing wide exit roads will lead to faster roads 365 days a year, that while it's important that people escape from fires, let's make sure we don't result in the deaths of other people due to the fast traffic. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay. We don't have any other hands raised. We do have one phone participant. If they have a comment, they can go ahead and make that now. I will take that as a no. We don't have any other comments on Zoom.
Did we have any written comments from the public on this item?
No written comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, so that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 15 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Fire Code, Part 9, Title 24.
Commissioner Haskin moved to approve.
Proof as amended.
As amended, excuse me. Approve as amended.
And just to confirm, Commissioner Haskin, based on criterion 6, thank you.
Confirmed, yes.
Commissioner Santiago.
Yeah. Well, we do have a second. Is there any further discussions from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will have a roll call. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. With abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote. Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan?
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin? Aye. Commissioner Haskin?
Aye.
Commissioner Legray? Aye. Commissioner Stockwell?
Aye.
Commissioner Clark? Aye. Thank you. The vote is unanimous. The motion is approved as amended with criteria number 6. And the motion is carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item number 16. The Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. The Office of the State Fire Marshal is here. If you would like to reintroduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 16.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Crystal Sujeski, CAL FIRE Office of the State Fire Marshal. Code Development and Analysis. Here with me is Staff Counsel Mark Springer, and online is Assistant State Fire Marshal Chief Sakamoto. You have here in front of you Part 10, the existing building code, and this was heard at the Building, Fire, and Other Committee hearing in July. There were the two recommendations from that committee where we introduced changes to bars and grills. We had withdrawn those proposals, so no need to discuss those. Everything else was accepted. This did go through a public comment period, and then no public comments were received. So we have in front of you the carry forward of existing amendments that were brought in during the intervening code cycle, which expanded the use of the existing building code to include the work area method. This in turn was helpful to the design community for adaptive reuse, and has received some positive feedback There's been multiple trainings that have been issued through the California Fire Prevention Officers, as well as the California Fire Prevention Institute, which again will be heard, or the class will be given next week in Santa Barbara. So again, building officials seem to be adapting to the expanded use of this code, and so we ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item number 16 is now open for commission discussion. Any comments from the public on this agenda item 16?
We don't have any hands raised. Our phone participant, if they have a comment, they can make it now.
Written comments on this item?
No written comments, Madam Chair.
Well, that concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn the item number 16 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Existing Building Code Part 10, Title 24.
Commissioner Sasaki moves to approve.
Commissioner Klaus, first or second.
It is moved and seconded that we will adopt the amendments. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we'll now call a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed indicate stating no. Abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct the roll call vote.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre. Aye. Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner. Aye. Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan.
Aye.
Commissioner Randon.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous on the adoption of the amendment, and the motion is carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item number 17.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Chief Berlant called me right before, and he wanted to thank all of you commissioners and wish you the best. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Crystal.
Agenda item number 17 is next. And this is the Department of Housing and Community Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Building Code Part 2, Title 24. The representatives from the Department of Housing and Community Development, you can please come online or here. But please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 17.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commission members. My name is Randy Enrico, and I'm a district representative with the State Housing Law Program, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development. Other members from HCD are in attendance today and will assist in today's presentation as needed. Thank you for this opportunity to present HCD's proposed amendments to the 24 International Building Code for the 25 California Building Code. HCD's authority to adopt, amend, or repeal model code is found in Health and Safety Code sections 17.922 and 19.990. HCD coordinated with multiple state agencies to develop the 2025 CBSC building standards package that is now before the Commission today. HCD is appreciative of BSC for providing direction and insight in working on this building package, as well as other departments and stakeholders. This proposal has been approved by the Code Advisory Committee and vetted by stakeholders and other interested parties. Following the CAG meetings, the CBC package went through a formal 45-day comment period from September 6th to October 21, 2024, in which HCD received 2 comments. HCD has acknowledged the received comments and responded in the final statement of reasons. As a result, there was no change in the final express terms due to these comments. A quick overview of this cycle's building package is that it contains 78 total items as follows: 51 chapters and appendices with no changes, where HCD either continues to not adopt or adopts without amendments. 6 code sections that are editorial or corrections addressing publisher error or model code renumbering. 4 chapters listed as reserved and not printed in the CBC, and 17 new HCD amendments to the 24 IDC for the 25 CBC. Additionally, HCD submitted an addendum to the final express terms to address an editorial error in their charging statement for item 47, chapter 33, that's CAM item 47-1. HCD would like to thank the Commission for consideration of this package and would like to respectfully request that the Commission vote to approve this package with the exception of item 47. HCD would request that the Commission vote to approve as amended. This concludes HCD's overview of Part 2. Thank you.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item number 17 is now open for commission discussion.
This is Commissioner Haskin. I'm just curious, this is on the changes in 4-1 through 4-4. Seeing specifically in section 310.3 and 310.4, hotels non-transient with more than 5 guest rooms is under 310.3, and then under 310.4 is hotels non-transient with fewer than 5 guest rooms. When you strike those out, those are identical. Well, what is the intention there? I'm a little confused.
What that is that model code language conflicts with HCD's definitions for hotels and motels.
Because based on the submittal, based on the express terms, it leaves a definition there for group R2 occupancies and group R3 occupancies that include the same definition. So I'm confused to what the what am I missing? I must be missing something. It's a small thing, but it's confusing.
Yeah. The California Building Code definition for hotels and motels is, I believe it's 5 or less. I don't have it in front of me.
Because what we're proposing is to strike out the 5 or more guest rooms and the 5 or fewer guest rooms on both of those, which then makes the definitions identical. So for those types of rooms, and then we have the definition for those rooms identical under 2 separate sections. So which is it, R1 or R2 or R3? It's redundant.
I believe that definition is under HCD 1 and HCD 2. Those are 2 groups.
I'm out of a little bit. I don't deal with these occupancies. Could it be because in the model codes, the definitions are defined?
Maybe so, and that's why I'm asking clarification, because if it's just not enough shown in the express terms, so that what I'm seeing in the express terms, final express terms, is 2 identical definitions with different names. Now maybe that's just something missing from the model code that's not being carried forward for clarification, because from here it just looks like a duplication.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, hi, this is Mitchell Baker with the California Department of Housing and Community Development. As Randy mentioned, the intent here is to align this language with model code language. There are ellipses before and after some of the amendments to signify there's additional language within these sections in the California Code. They're all prefaced by the respective group, R2 or R3. And so that initial indication clarifies the occupancy classification group, and additional language is included prior to and after the words hotels, non-transient, motels, non-transient. So this is only included the pertinent edits that HCD is proposing, the amendments within the express term document. Hopefully that clarifies. Thank you.
Further questions and comments? I mean, this is Commissioner Raymond. I think there's, first of all, a typo because in 310.4, it says in bold residential group R3, and then it goes on to say residential group R2. So that's one problem. And
See that, yeah.
I don't think there are hotels and motels in R3, having dealt with this code section recently. I think they're in R2. And I commend you for deleting the 5 guest room limit because there's no definition in the code for a hotel or motel non-transient that is less than 5 guest rooms, which is what I was dealing with. But I think to your point, Commissioner Haskin, the language under R3, I think needs some looking at because I don't think there are hotels and motels in R3. And there are boarding houses and other non-transient occupancies, but not hotels and motels.
HCD. For folks online from the department, thoughts, responses, please.
Yeah, Randy, feel free to jump in. Thank you for noting the editorial error. We'll certainly make that amendment. It should indicate transient and non-transient. So we'll make that slight editorial change to the language. Thank you for pointing that out.
That said, that's a substantive change. It's not an editorial change. They're transient versus non-transient. That becomes more of a sticking point on this item. I'll look to the other commissioners. Any recommendations how we proceed?
I think HCD, I think what you're hearing is a lot of concern about the language. So I'd like to hear from you all specifically any amendments, next steps, in order to make sure that what we're passing meets sort of the intent that we think you want. However, as written, there's some concerns.
Yeah, thank you for, this is Mitchell Baker with HCD. It appears that there are some errors in those 2 sections. We would be willing to withdraw that and address it during the intervening cycle.
Thank you. Thank you. That would be much easier for us to move forward.
Just a question on what the goal was. And I think I understand the goal was to just get rid of that 5-room classification, which was problematic. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. Yes.
Perfect. Yes. I would agree that withdrawing that seems like it makes sense.
I look to staff to how to proceed.
If they are withdrawing the section, then they can do that, and that the commission can vote. I'm just wondering if this will or will not create another conflict with the existing amendments.
I'm trying to look up the the code itself. Jesus, my computer's going awfully slow.
I mean, if it, they can just withdraw that item, or do they have to withdraw?
They can withdraw this item and for the point of order for the commissioners, if you have to make the decision, but if we can skip this section or this part 2 and give HCD a little bit of a time to research very quickly and come back to the commission with one better idea.
Yes.
If they withdraw this, again, based on the proposal and reading the rationale, it may create a conflict. I just didn't have time to research that.
So this would mean, like, for example, postpone it till tomorrow morning for a vote, or
Or later after we pass point 2.5. Again, this question for HCD,
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell-Baker with HCD, to give us a bit of time to look to see if there are any additional conflicts by withdrawing that proposal.
And it may not be necessary to withdraw it. But we do need, I think that there needs to be some time to address it. I don't want to pull that comment out either if it's continuing to create a conflict with model code. So how much time does HCD need to review this?
The hope is that this is Mitchell Baker with HCD. The hope is we can provide some clarity after our 2 additional items that are on the docket for today, part 2.5 and part 10.
Hey, Mitchell.
And we do have a Commissioner Patel who has his hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mitchell, I just had when you go through it, can you take a look at because there used to be a health and safety code section that sort of defined hotel separately than residential hotel. And the residential hotel, I think, talked about the 5 or more units or 6 or more. So I'm wondering if there's another definition elsewhere in the state codes that are that would dovetail into what you're trying to do.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So we will pause on this item, is that correct, staff? And then we move on to item number 18. Okay. All right, thank you. So we will move on to item number 18. And this again is with the Department of Housing and Community Development, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Residential Code, part 2.5, title 24. If you would like to please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 18.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commission. My name is Jeffrey Cooney. I'm a district representative representing the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Other members from HCD are in attendance and may assist in today's presentation. HCD's 2025 California Residential Code proposals are based on the 2024 International Residential Code, which, if approved by the Commission, will be effective on January 1st, 2026. HCD is directed by statute Health and Safety Code sections 17921A and 19990 to propose adoption, amendment, or repeal of building standards for the protection and benefit of public health, safety, and general welfare, and to adopt the most recent model codes. HCD has determined the proposed amendments impacting the 2025 California Residential Code within the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 2.5 are necessary to meet HCD's mandate in Health and Safety Code Section 17922A and Section 19990. The proposals before you today are mainly focused on model code adoption, with the exception of a few editorial cleanup items. These proposals have already been approved by the Code Advisory Committee and vetted by stakeholders and other interested parties. This building standards package went through a formal 45-day comment period from September 6th through October 21st, 2024, in which HCD received no comments. However, during final submittal, HCD identified a section with an Appendix BB that conflicted with the California Energy Code, Part 6. As a result, HCD submitted an addendum to the Building Standards Commission. As referenced in the addendum, HCD proposes to continue to adopt Appendix BB with the exception of Section 106, Energy Conservation. Non-adoption of this section will eliminate conflict with the CRC. HCD would like to thank everyone on the commission that is here today for allowing us to present, and thank you to all of our stakeholders and supporting agencies for their contributions throughout. HCD respectfully requests the commission's expertise and approval for adoption of the CRC final express terms and addendum. If the commission would like to overview of a specific item or would like to open the floor to questions or comments, please let me know. This concludes HCD's overview of Part 2.5. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 18 is open for commission discussion at this time. Seeing none, are there any comments from the public on this item?
We don't have any hands raised and we don't have any phone participants.
Staff, are there any written comments?
No written comments, Madam Chair.
Yeah. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 18 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Residential Code, Part 2.5, Title 24. Do you have a motion?
Commissioner Klaus Brickner moved to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Rambin, second.
It is moved and seconded that the adoption of the amendments. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if you're abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote. Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner. Aye. Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskins.
Aye.
Commissioner Legray. Aye. Commissioner Rambin. Aye. Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Santiago.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous on the adoption of the amendments and the motion is carried. Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 19. The Department of Housing and Community Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. If you would, representatives, please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 19.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Brian Starr. I'm a district representative representing the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Other members from HCD are in attendance and may assist in today's presentation. HCD's 2025 California Existing Building Code proposals are based on the 2024 International Existing Building Code, which, if approved by the Commission, will be effective on January 1st, 2026. As my colleagues Jeff and Randy mentioned earlier in the HCD presentations of the CBC and the CRC, HCD is directed by statute to propose adoption, amendment, or repeal of building standards for the protection and benefit of public health, safety, and general welfare, and to adopt the most recent model codes. HCD has determined the proposed amendments impacting the 2025 California Existing Building Code within the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 10, are necessary to meet HCD's mandate in HSC Health and Safety Code Section 17922A and Section 19990. As part of the preliminary steps taken to develop the proposals before the Commission today, HCD invited the public to provide feedback during a 2-week pre-cycle comment period that took place on February 13th through February 26th, 2024. This building standards package also went through a formal 45-day comment period from September 6th through October 21st, 2024. During and after the 45-day comment period, HCD received 2 comments. Both comments were not specific to HCD's proposed amendments, but were included within a separate general section of the final statement of reasons. The proposals before you today have been reviewed and approved by the Code Advisory Committee and vetted by stakeholders and other interested parties. These proposals consist of mainly model code adoption, with the exception of a few editorial cleanup items, and in response to a petition. HCD received a formal petition, P-03-23, which requested for HCD to propose for the adoptions of Chapters 6 through 11 of the 2024 International Existing Building Code into the 2025 California Existing Building Code for residential occupancies as amended by the Office of State Fire Marshal during the 2022 intervening code adoption cycle. These chapters address classifications of work, changes of occupancy, additions and alterations for existing buildings. With that said, HCD would like to thank the commissioners that are here today for allowing HCD to present, and thank you to all of our stakeholders and supporting agencies for their contributions throughout. HCD respectfully requests the Commission's expertise and approval for the adoption of the final express terms and building standards package for the 2025 California Existing Building Code. If the Commission would like an overview of a specific item or would like to open the floor for questions and comment, please let me know. This concludes HCD's overview of Part 10.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 19 is now open for Commission discussion. Okay. Do we have, there's no comments here from the commissioners. Do we have comments from members of the public on item number 19?
It doesn't look like we have any hands and no phone participants.
Here. Staff, did we have any written comments on this item?
No written comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, this concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item number 19 back over to the Commission and entertain a motion to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Santillan, motion to approve.
Yeah. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Allegri, second.
It's moved and seconded on the adoption of the amendments. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by indicate stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct the roll call vote. Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin. Aye. Commissioner Haskins.
Aye.
Commissioner Allegri. Aye. Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Commissioner Klaas-Buckner. Aye. Thank you. So the vote is unanimous in favor of adopting the amendments, and the motion is carried. Thank you. We will now pause for a moment to have staff discuss the agenda item that we previously paused on.
Yes, Madam Chair, and just a quick point of order. This is Kevin with CBSC. Going back not to the item we need to revisit, but to agenda item 18, which was HCD 0724, their part 2.5 residential code proposal. I think we jumped fast and we missed that actually had an addendum and should have had an approve as amended, likely based on criteria 6 motion. So we just wanted to make sure for the record that that was the intent of the commission. So we could, if maybe we can reopen that and clarify that. Commissioner Klaus Bruckner moved, she's nodding her head, and Commissioner.
Move to approve as amended.
Thank you.
My apologies.
And Commissioner Raymond seconded. Okay. And I don't know if we need to vote again, but is everyone okay with that based on Mr. Cooney's presentation and request for the approve as amended?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. We just want to fix that for the record. Appreciate
Yes,
that.
definitely. Okay. Thank you for catching that. Yes, do we need to go back to the prior item number 17? HCD staff, did you have an opportunity to regroup on that particular agenda item? You can provide us an update, please.
We're searching it out again right now, and that's not quite complete. We need a little bit more time, or we can come back to this tomorrow, whichever the commission wishes to do.
I'd like to comment again. I had a chance to pull up the proposed code on ICC's website. So I think that this is a little more clear. It would have been very helpful to have the entire sentence under the heading instead of just a phrase and dots, because that does make a difference on this. Group 2, it's calling it out as residential group R2 occupancies containing sleeping units or more than 2 dwelling units where the occupants are primarily permanent in nature, including, and that it was on the including list. The second, the one that was in conflict, says residential group R3 occupants where the occupants are primarily permanent in nature and not classified as group R1, R2, R4, etc. So I don't think that it actually is a conflict. It was just that the express terms weren't expressed enough. So would like to be able to see that when we look at it, we're understanding grasping the situation. I think the bigger issue is just the typo under 310.4 should say R-3 in the text, and that otherwise I have no complaint, because in the heading it does exclude the previous group rating. So since it's already exclusive, I don't have any problem with the other change. But would that be considered substantive change to change R2 to R3, because it was more of a typo in nature since this is quoting the model code? Okay, then unless any other commissioners have any comment, I think that I know I feel satisfied with that. I would be willing to approve this as amended.
So this is Commissioner Rabbit. So just a clarification, because I think ICC is not striking the fiber.
They're not.
But this is striking.
And that's okay. Only in that I'm saying that it doesn't create a conflict because they can't both be true, since one excludes the other. R3 says R3 occupants are primarily permanent in nature and not classified as R1, R2.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
So it can't be both, so there's not really a conflict. So in that case, it's just meaning that you can include non-transient hotels and motels in both categories. That doesn't create duplication. Wouldn't have known that if I didn't have the whole sentence. So that said, the only correction I'd make is R3, which was a very good catch.
Real quick, this is Mitchell Baker with HCD. We would be in favor of that friendly amendment. Thank you for catching it. Thank you for the clarification, Commissioner.
So if that is the case, then we would entertain a motion to consider adoption at this time.
Okay.
With public comments, as amended.
As amended.
Okay.
Is it editorial? Do we need to amend them?
Just a quick point of
You guys
order.
mentioned before. Sorry.
Before we go to motions, we do need to go to public comment for that item. If there's no other commissioner discussion.
I see. Are there any public comments on this item?
Public comment. We have no hands and no phone participants.
So are we clear on what we're trying to do?
I think we have, do we have an addendum? I think we do.
We have an addendum, but we did receive 2 written comments on this item that I can briefly summarize if they're not on the line, which it sounds like they're not, Barbara.
I don't see any hands.
Okay. The first is from, excuse me. Bear with me. No, I'm just gonna do it right here. The first is from Bob Raymer. And it is, I'm just gonna do my best to summarize, representing the California Business Properties Association, Building Owners and Managers Association, the California Apartment Association, and the California Building Industry Association. The comment addressed both HCD and BSC's building code proposals, but since we're on HCD part 2, just to summarize here, and it addresses concerns with the ground snow load tables in section 1608.2, and the recommendation was that HCD coordinated information bulletin to address the issues in the comment. So that's that first comment. And then
Just for clarification, he's not opposed to it. He's saying HCD should provide clarifying language in an explanatory.
Yeah, because they summarize the nature of the problem, and this is for clarification. HCD is just adopting the model code in the 2024 International Building Code language with no amendments. But the IBC ground snow load table is what is at issue. And it's kind of technical, so, but it has to do with ASCE, ground snow load tables. And this did come up at the Structural Design and Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee. But the commenter's preferred solution is they recognize the existing statute requires BSC and HCD to adopt the most recent editions of specified national model codes. However, once adopted, these provisions become building code provisions, and there'll be occasions when local jurisdictions or interested parties need guidance. This is one of those occasions. As such, we respectfully ask both HCD and BSC to revisit the issue in an information bulletin that clearly states site-specific case studies as approved by local building officials will continue to be allowed in California's mountainous regions. Oh, Commissioner Patel?
Oh, thanks, Kevin. Yeah, I just to add something. I think in listening to what Bob Raymer's letter is, I think the issue is that the model code language is not being proposed to be amended, so we can't really comment on that. But the model code, the reason the model code is different is because it's now pointing to an ASCE standard that got updated. So the ASCE 16 had a methodology for calculating snow loads. The ASCE 22 has a different methodology for calculating snow loads. And because of that new methodology, in some areas of California, the snow loads have gone up almost double. So the concept would be if this goes into the code is that you go to the ASCE table in the website, you plug in your location, and it gives you a snow load that you then use for calculating your structural for your house. I think one of the things I think that Bob's asking from HCD is, would they put out an information bulletin that will allow local jurisdictions to be able to use some of the information they have on case studies if it's more specific than what's in the ASCE tables? Because I believe the ASCE tables are based on increments of 800 square meters. And so I saw some of the testimony at the code advisory committees that says, if I'm at a certain elevation, but if I'm 800 meters away or less, it just uses the same number, even though the elevation difference could be as much as 1,500 feet. So they want the ability to use more specific data to be able to calculate their snow load. So I don't know if that's something that HC would entertain or not.
Yes, I can respond to that. This is Mitchell Baker with HCD. Yeah, first off, just to be explicit, HCD does not have any additional statutory direction to modify this particular portion of the code. What we have put in front of you is a straight adoption of the model code language. Any deviation from that, even if it is in the form of an information bulletin, could be perceived as underground regulation, and HCD certainly wants to avoid that altogether. In clarifying both a model code and a reference standard within a model code, those type of clarifications should come from the model code provider or the reference standard drafter. HCD wouldn't want to provide that potential underground regulation in an information bulletin. And one important note here, each local municipality has the ability to modify the code when reasonably necessary for certain local conditions. And in the case of the select areas of the state that this may have an impact on, that provision in state housing law that allows for modifications of the building standards for local conditions still applies. So there's not a brick wall here, still a pathway for compliance. Thank you.
Thanks, Mitchell. I appreciate that.
We have another comment.
Yeah, and I think if I summarize the second comment we received, it might alleviate some of the questions. If that's okay, Madam Chair.
Please, one quick question. If local amendments are amending this based on HCD's comment, they cannot reduce the regulations. They can only increase it. Am I correct?
There are two sections, one in the state housing law and the other one in the building standards law, and they are kind of in conflict. And the state housing law doesn't say it shall be more restrictive. In the building standards law, it says it shall be more restrictive.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Okay, thanks.
So they can make it easier for your house, but harder for, they can't make it easier on a commercial building now. Is that what they're stuck with?
Reasonably necessary.
Reasonably necessary, and I don't wanna make a legal interpretation.
You don't have to answer this. Rhetorical.
I give my opinion, but I can share it after the meeting.
At the bar with a beer.
All right, Kevin, you had something else that you wanted to share with us?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. The second comment we received in writing, and I'm just going to turn to Barbara just to confirm that none of the commenters have since jumped on Bob Raymer or John Duntman.
John Duntman is on, and his hand is now up to set his name.
Perfect, because he can probably summarize this a lot better than I could.
Okay. Okay. There's another comment after that as well. So, John, go ahead. You're muted.
Hi, thank you. This is John Dunteman. I'm speaking on behalf of the ASCE 7 Subcommittee on Snow and Rain. And we are the authors of or we developed the data set that's included in ASCE 7 and is currently being, adopted by IBC 2024 and currently being considered for adoption in the California Building Code. Basically, you should, hopefully the commission has received our letter dated February 13th, 2025. And I think, hopefully that explains or answers pretty much all the questions that have arisen at the advisory committee meeting back in July of last year, and as well as questions that and public comments that have come up since then. But in short, basically, the ASCE 7 effort essentially updates ground snow loads that have been used since about the mid 80s that were developed by the Cold Regions Research Engineering Lab back in the 80s. And what the primary motivation, and this is explained in our letter, but the primary motivation here was to reanalyze the data, get more current data, and put that out there for every state to adopt. Basically, well, IBC obviously did adopt it, but for states to adopt it so they don't have to independently go and develop these case studies. What we found in our subsequent discussions, and we've had a considerable amount of outreach to not only the engineers in California or the building officials and various advocacy groups in California, but also in other states. In fact, I'm in Washington right now. I'm going to speak to the SCA up here in a couple hours on the same subject, the ASC 7 ground snow loads. And, the letter and the purpose of the letter that we produced here is to kind of summarize what we understand to be kind of the misconceptions about the new ground snow loads. We believe that that's the best available data that exists in the United States and should be adopted by the Commission and by California. In regards to a comment earlier, or that comment earlier, that the potential variability that is also addressed in the letter, and it's really just a matter of the users understanding how to apply the data set, or what we call the ASCE hazard tool, where you can pull not only snow data but wind data and seismic data, et cetera, for your design. So we think that the letter is self-explanatory. Don't know if the commission or individuals of the commission had any questions or additional questions about it. But we as a group, and as really our committee has the preeminent experts on snow in the United States and the world. And, we put all that brain power together to develop these revised ground snow load data sets. And again, we think that we highly recommend that the commission consider the adoption of the ASCE 7 GSLs.
Would that conclude all public comments? Is there one more?
There's one more.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So the next comment is going to be Meg.
Yeah, hello. Yes, this is actually not Meg Snyder. This is Silvio Ferrari, and I'm actually filling in right now for Bob Raymer. So, and we were just intently listening to the conversation that was just taking place on the snow loads.
Are you able to speak up a bit? I'm so sorry. We can't hear you very well.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Yeah, thank you. And again, this is not Meg Snyder. This is Silvio Ferrari, and I'm actually calling in today on behalf of Bob Raymer and the following groups, being the California Business Properties Association, the California Building Industry Association, California Apartment Association, and the Building Owners and Managers Association. And we were just listening to the conversation on the snow loads. What I think we would like to share, which is, as you said, we did provide a letter earlier this year on this exact issue. What I think it continues to be sort of outstanding and very concerning from these various industry groups is that we have had very much our own experts, engineers, designers, and worked with several of the building officials in some of these high mountainous regions that have run calculations, done their analysis, and come back very concerned that we have seen areas where some of these snow loads will increase by more than 100%. And from a design standpoint, that is very, very concerning. So that's why the letter that these collective groups had shared earlier at the code advisory committees and then continued to talk about have very much asked that these local experts, these local building officials, the folks on the ground who know these areas the best, be able to continue to use site-specific case studies in regards to snow loads and snow loads only. So appreciate the commentary and discussion. We know, I think for the purposes of today, there's probably no change in approach that's going to come, but certainly want to continue to keep the dialogue open and available for future follow-up when and if this gets adopted today. So happy to take questions, but thank you.
So there was a lot of discussion on this item, and I want to make sure that our HCD, I believe the commissioners are ready to take a vote, to take an action, but want
did we check to see if anyone here in person wanted to make a comment? I think that's the only one we didn't cover.
I don't think there's anyone here.
So I think we're,
I have a quick question. This is Commissioner Klaus Brickner. I had a question for HCD. Moving forward again, would HCD commit to looking at this for the interim cycle, since it is concerning and it can increase the cost of construction substantially in certain areas for Californians?
Yes, hi, this is Mitchell Baker with HCD. So there are a few ways that HCD can modify the code, whether it's in the next intervening cycle or otherwise. And typically that would come by way of separate legislative action that directs HCD to modify the code. That doesn't exist currently, or amendments to the model code language, which also I don't believe is on the table as of right now for the next iteration of the IBC. So set aside those things, HCD would unlikely have the authority to make modifications to the code as suggested. Hopefully that helps. Let me know if you have any other questions.
This is Commissioner Klaus Brickner again. We amend codes. I mean, why can't we make changes to this in the interim cycle? Why can't HCD do what all the other agencies are doing, which is amending the model codes to suit the, regions that we have in order to unnecessarily increase the cost or result in an unnecessary increase in cost to construction here in California? Why is HCD different than any of the other organizations?
Yeah, thank you for the comment. Mitchell Baker with HCD again. We have very unique statutory mandate. I shouldn't say unique. Some other agencies represented here also have very similar structure, and that we are directed through statute to adopt the most recent version of the model codes when a model code exists and is explicitly written into statute. We are directed to adopt the current version of the IBC in this case. And then, as I mentioned earlier, because that mandate exists, when HCD takes substantive action to amend the model code, what predicates that is additional statutory authority that provides HCD both the authority and direction to modify the model code. So we have a very tight model statutory direction to adopt the model code language. We need additional statutory direction to deviate from that mandate. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Rabbit. I think the letter from the structural engineers, they talk about that it might actually reduce the snow load in some locations. So it may go up at some because it's based on more current data.
Good. This is Commissioner Klaus Brickner. Good point. At the same time, if you are catering it to the regional needs, thereby increasing it where it's necessary and decreasing it where it's necessary. This is, I understand what HCD is saying. To me, not being a political person, it's the logical thing to do. So I guess I'm a little frustrated on behalf of people of California, I guess.
and this is Commissioner Haskin again. Also, just throwing in my angle on that particular one. I stayed up in Tahoe previously, had had a location I'd stayed at before, had some friends up there, and when it snows heavy, it's not uncommon for interior doors to stop working in many of the houses. To me, that's unacceptable. To them, they're used to it. To somebody who doesn't want to spend money to have the house built so that it doesn't warp under the weight of the snow, this is there's two sides to that coin. And I think that obviously snow loads are a significant impact, but there's not really anything that we're going to be able to do about that today. So I propose moving forward.
This is Commissioner Klaus Berkner. I agree with you, but I think that there should be something that can be done in the future about this.
Absolutely.
Whether it's increasing it for some areas or decreasing it for other areas, I think it's important. That's my 2 cents.
Commissioner Sasaki, so I think the structural engineer's letter essentially said that they're using the most recent snow data, right? And so I think one of the issues they had with some communities or jurisdictions that have their own snow loads is that many of those jurisdictions are using snow evaluations or reports that are quite old, possibly from the 1980s. And so I think the ASCE folks believe that their data is significantly more recent and therefore more accurate. So in some cases, snow loads may be substantially higher. In other cases, it might be lower than whatever current jurisdiction based snow loads based on testing from 40 years ago or 30 years ago.
So again, lots of really, really good discussions. And I turn to the staff in terms of the adoption of the amendments. Is there any other specific motion? Okay, so I am seeing that we will now go ahead and turn to we're ready to have a vote, I believe. So that concludes the public comment section. And I'll turn item 17 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development proposed adoption of amendments. And again, we're citing criteria number 6 to the 2025 California Building Code Part 2, Title 24. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Haskin, move to approve as amended, including amendments that they've made, as well as the R3 typo amendment, citing citing criteria 6, that it's not unnecessarily vague. So,
a second.
Commissioner Sasaki, seconds.
Thank you. So it's moved and seconded that we approve as amended, again, citing criteria number 6. Is there any other further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by stating no, and abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote. Commissioner Santillan?
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin? Aye. Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin?
Aye.
Commissioner Legray? Aye. Commissioner Stockwell?
Aye.
Commissioner Klausbeck? Aye. Thank you. Vote is unanimous. The motion is approved as amended, and the motion is carried. Thank you. We will now pick up where we last left off, which I believe was your agenda item number 20. All right, and this is item 20 is the California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. And we have a representative from the California Building Standards Commission. If you'd like to introduce yourself and provide us an overview of item number 20.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, Commissioners. My name is Carol Hagler. I'm a Staff Services Manager, 1 Specialist at Building Standards Commission. And I am presenting agenda item 20, which contains BSC's proposed adoption of and amendments to the 2025 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24. The proposed BSC amendments to Chapter 1 are being made to align with OSHPD's office name change, to adjust specific requirements, to reflect the evolution of how state business is conducted in a digital environment with regard to acceptable signatures and the number of copies of specific documents required, and other clarifying editorial changes. These proposed amendments are non-substantive with very little change in regulatory effect. The BSC Part 1 proposal was heard by the Building, Fire, and Other Code Advisory Committee in July of 2024. The CAC recommended approval of all items. BSC accepted the recommendation on all but item 1-1. After the CAC meeting, BSC added the definition of the abbreviation for the Department of Healthcare Access and Information, HCI, to align with the OSHPD proposal. BSC received no public comments during the 45-day comment period that ran from September 6th through October 21st of 2024. BSC respectfully requests that the Commission adopt and approve this submittal for the 2025 California Administrative Code. This concludes my BSC Part 1 presentation, and I'm happy to answer any of the questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 20 is now open for commission discussion. We will now take comments from members of the public on item 20.
No hands raised and no phone participants.
Are there any written comments?
No written comments, Madam Chair.
That concludes the public comment portion. So we'll turn item number 20 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Klaus Brickner moves to approve.
Commissioner Santillan seconds.
Yeah, it's moved and seconded that we will adoption of the amendments. Are there any further discussions from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by stating no, and if abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote. Commissioner Haskins?
Aye.
Commissioner Legray? Aye. Commissioner Stockwell?
Aye.
I said aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Klaus Buckner? Aye. Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan?
Aye.
Commissioner Ramden? Aye. Thank you. There is unanimous on the adoption of the amendments. The motion is carried. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next on the agenda is item number 21, California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24. We have a representative from the California Building Standards Commission here. If you could please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item 21.
Yes, hello. My name is Timothy O'Malley. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson and Commissioners. I'm an architectural associate with California Building Standards Commission. Today I'm presenting agenda item 21, which will address BSC's proposed adoption of the 2024 International Building Code and amendments to the 2025 edition of California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24. When approved, codified, and published, the 2025 Title 24 Building Standards Code and its amendments will become effective January 1, 2026. These proposed changes have no real intended changes in regulatory effect. The items proposed generally clarify existing regulations, coordinate with Title 8 and other parts of Title 24, and avoid potential conflicts with existing California laws or regulations. In addition, these changes will provide regulatory consistency for the code user. BSC Part 2 proposal was heard by 2 code advisory committees in July 2024, the Building, Fire and Other, and Structural Design and Lateral Forces. The CAC committees approved all items, and BSC accepted the recommendation on all but item 1-2. An editorial change has been made to item 1-2 after the CAC meetings to add an identifier for the Department of Healthcare and Access Information, which aligns with OSHPD post-CAC changes as well. BSC also added item 10-2 after the CAC meetings to amend section 1607.12.4 to fall arrest of lifeline and rope descent system anchorages. This proposal adds a note to align with Title A requirements and is consistent with federal regulations. BSC received 3 comments during the 45-day comment period, which ran from September 6th through October 21. None of the comments received were directly related to regulations that BSC is proposing for change at this time. BSC respectfully requests that the Commission adopt and approve the submittal of the 2025 California Building Code. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 21 is open for commission discussion at this time.
This is Commissioner Sasaki. I think there might be, I know I read some of the comments. I think some of the commenters may not or may not have understood that BSC, the types of buildings that are affected by BSC changes. It's a little confusing because BSC is a proposing state agency. Anyway, the applications that are affected by these changes are state buildings. I'm just reading it here. State buildings, including buildings constructed by the trustees of the California State Universities and colleges and regions of the University of California, where their state agency has authority to adopt building standards applicable to such buildings. I think some of the commenters thought that BSC was basically these changes were for commercial buildings or other sorts of buildings, but that's not correct. Is that true?
That's so. Our authority is very limited to those applications that you have identified, and primarily the comments were in Chapter 16 and regarding the snow loading. And so, if there's more information that's needed, then we have folks here in the room that can help answer some more questions. I think much of that was covered already with HCD.
Great, thank you.
Commissioners, any other comments? Open it up to public comments.
Public comments. We don't have any hands raised and we don't have any participants.
Were there any written comments?
Only the 2 that were addressed during the last agenda item by Mr. Silvio Ferrari on behalf of Bob Reamer and John Dunsman, who spoke.
So that'll conclude then the public comment portion. I'll turn item number 21 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Building Code Part 2, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Rambin. Second.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded, the adoption of the amendments. Are there any further discussions from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by stating no, and if abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote. Commissioner St.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin? Aye. Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin?
Aye.
Commissioner Legray? Aye. Commissioner Stockwell?
Aye.
Commissioner Klossberg? Aye. Thank you. It is unanimous on the adoption of the amendments, and the motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is item number 22, California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. We have a representative from the California Building Standards Commission here. Please introduce yourself and provide us an overview of item 22.
Yeah, so good afternoon, Madam Chair and all the commissioners. I am Irene Brausman, supervising architect with California Building Standards Commission, and here presenting agenda item 22, which is about 2025 California Existing Building Code adoption, part 10 of Title 24. So BSC proposed adoption of the most recent edition of the Model Code, 2024 International Existing Building Code, and BSC also proposed to bring forward existing amendments with mostly editorial modifications with very little change in regulatory text. And key amendments include verification of structural provisions applicable to buildings within BSC authority only in Chapter 3 in coordination with BSA, then removal of model language regarding historical buildings, energy conservation, and flow rates, which conflict with existing California regulations, and instead providing references to other parts of Title 24 for consistency. And then adoption of 2023 edition of ASCE 41 in coordination with other agencies. The BSC proposal was heard by Structural Design and Lateral Forces Advisory Committee in July 2024, and the CAC recommended approval of the majority of the items with only one exception for item 3-8 that was recommended for further study. So after committee, BSC accepted all the recommendations and coordinated with BSA to propose additional modifications to item 3-8 third recommendations. And during 45-day public comment period, we received one public comment, which was for kind of to propose modifications to the model code that BSC does not adopt, and for occupancies that BSC has no authority to regulate, basically. So we provided response in the final statement of reasons, and there were no changes after this comment in final express terms. With that, we respectfully request approval of our proposal. And if you have any questions,
thank you. Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 22 is now open for commission discussion. Comments from members of the public? Do we have any online?
No hands raised and no phone participants.
Did we receive any written comments?
No written comments, Madam Chair.
That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 22 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of the amendments to the 2025 California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Klaus-Berkner moves to approve.
Commissioner Haskins, second.
It's moved and seconded on the adoption of the amendments. Are there any further discussions from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. And those abstaining, please state that. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote. Commissioner Stockwell?
Aye.
Commissioner Clark Buckner.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Commissioner Labray.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous on the adoption of the amendments and the motion is carried. Thank you for your presentation. Next is item number 23, the California Building Standards Commission change without regulatory effect. Publish the Swimming Pool Safety Act within the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24, and the California Residential Code, Part 2.5, Title 24. We have a representative here from the California Building Standards Commission. If you could introduce yourself and provide us an overview of item 23.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Wu Qiang, an associate architect with California Building Standards Commission. On behalf of CBSC, I'm here to present item number 23, a change without regulatory effect to the 2025 California Building Code, Chapter 31, Section 3109.2, and the 2025 California Residential Code, Appendix CI, Section CI 100. Please note that Appendix AX, Section AX 100 in the 2022 CIC will be redesignated as Appendix CI, Section CI 100 in 2025 CIC. This adjustment aligns with the structure of the 2024 International Residential Code and the proposal by HCD during 2024 triennial code adoption cycle. These two sections are substantially identical and pertain to the publication of the California Swimming Pool Safety Act under the authority of Health and Safety Code, Section 18942D, which requires CBSC to reprint this section of law in Title 24. Meanwhile, the Swimming Pool Safety Act has been amended for Assembly Bill 2866 and Senate Bill 552, which became effective on January 1st, 2025. This change without regulatory effect ensures that the California Swimming Pool Safety Act is accurately updated in the code sections to reflect the legislative amendments introduced by these bills. PSC respectfully requests the Commission to adopt and approve this bill. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the overview. Item 23 is now open for commission discussion. I'll take comments from members of the public. Do we have any online? No. Thank you. Do we have any written comments on this item?
No written comments, Madam Chair.
Well, this concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 23 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Building Standards Commission change without regulatory effect. Publish the Swimming Pool Safety Act with the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24, and the California Residential Code, Part 2.5, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Klaus Buckner moved to approve.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Allegri, second.
It's moved and seconded to the change without regulatory effect. Is there any other further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor indicate please indicate stating aye. Those opposed indicate stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Glassbender.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you. The vote is unanimous on the change without regulatory effect, and the motion is carried. We can continue on to agenda item number 24, which, you look at the time. It's 3 o'clock. So we can have comments from the public on issues not on the agenda at this time.
There's no hands raised and there's no phone participants.
So that would conclude agenda item number 24. Kevin?
We do have written comments.
Oh, you have a written comment. Okay.
Bear with. So we received one comment on items not, one comment on items not on the agenda from Wayne Fishback. And just to summarize the comment, yeah, there are actually two. One came in after the deadline, but we have both.
If I can clarify for the second one.
Thank you.
So Mr. Fishback, we exchanged 2 emails. So he said that the second comment was a test, so it wasn't intended to be provided to the commissioners. And he said he was going to comment on the issue he was intending to comment. However, we don't see him.
He was present. He's not at the moment. I don't think.
He's no longer on the line.
I don't think so. I don't see him.
So the first comment actually clarifies, and the second submittal was just additional information.
Okay.
Most of it.
I just have a question. His letter is pretty extensive. I think it's important that we hear from him. So I don't know, should we wait till tomorrow to see if we log on or? What's the question?
I think we can do that because tomorrow we have 2 items. And before we close out the meeting,
we could resume.
Go back to item 24, which is comments from the public, if everyone is in agreement to that.
I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah, I think so too. And do we want to go ahead and wait to address item 25 tomorrow as well, the future agenda items? Say that for tomorrow as well, commissioners?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so. So tomorrow, it's my understanding that we are going to reconvene at what time? 9 a.m. And we have 2 agenda items that we skipped today, 9 and 10.
Correct.
And then we will also go back to items 24 and 25 before we adjourn.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Well, then I think we can adjourn today. It's 2:58. We will see you all tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I will see everybody from LA.
Peter's jet setting.
She's done. Bye, everybody. See you in the morning.
I know.